And attention the pits, limited street. We need you guys in lanes 4 and 5. Limited street to lanes 4 and 5. So as the cars make their way to lanes for qualifying, you can see that the Valley Tech Productions crew getting set up around Mission Raceway Park. The big screen up and running as we get ready to go for qualifying. Again, this will be the first round of qualifications for the Outlaw 275 gang for MDA Fabrication, and we saw some solid runs once temperatures cooled down a little bit in the dedicated radial test session that we had last night here at Mission Raceway Park, down to the 440s, the 8th mile, with one or two competitors approaching the 170-mile-an-hour mark here at Mission Raceway Park. So getting ready for the first two cars in just a few moments to come underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge as we kick off qualifying for Door Wars, the 11th edition. And here comes your first car rolling under the bridge, and fittingly, it is the defending Door Wars winner over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. So Jordan Brandon out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, in his 2000 Chevy Camaro. Getting backed up from the burnout Jordan, putting in a 447 last night in the test and tune session. And will no doubt be a factor this weekend in Outlaw 275 competition as he gets backed up. And again, Jordan, really his first full season in the division was last year and managed to take out that Door Wars win. The turbocharged Camaro with the LS power plant underneath the hood getting brought into the staging beams here at Mission Raceway Park in the first car down the racetrack. Jordan Brandon getting ready to go. Again, one of those feature cars in the T-shirt with Justin Bond and Rick McLeod building up the boost. Brandon got about 60 feet. Waltzed right up into tire smoke and pedals his way to a 514 with an 8 at 158 miles an hour. So still able to get some big speed at the top end with a quick pedal job there for Brandon. As we'll get a look at the instant replay there, you can see Jordan right before the 330-foot mark having to pedal it, get out of it, and then get back in it, still managing to salvage the run with that 514 with an 8. Coming up next, Tyler Bodke out of Rochester, Washington. Lined up and ready to go on the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. TCS lane, Jason Gagnon, the runner out of Kelowna in that 1970 Nova with the twin turbos. So once again, last call for Limited Street and Outlaw 275. Last call for Limited Street and Outlaw 275. Make a call for Outlaw Street to start making their way to the staging lanes. So Jason Gagnon again running that big speed last night. Almost 170 miles an hour in the 1970 Nova. And over there in the far side of the racetrack, Tyler Bodke, the racer out of Washington State, the Bodke-built racing Mustang up against Jason Gagnon, the Gen 3 Speed JS Power Sports Precision Concepts sponsored Chevy Nova, as Bodke coming back over the border from Washington State. Another one of our Washington competitors. Good to see him back over as Jason Gagnon getting ready to trip on that bottom beam. You can hear both drivers building up the boost on their respective sides of the racetrack. Gagnon right up into tire smoke, pedals it. Bodke gets down the racetrack to a 5 flat with an 8, 5008 at 145 miles an hour. So Tyler Bodke right now at the top of the qualifying order as Gagnon pedals his way to a 634 with a 157 miles an hour, encountering problems on his run. Looking to rebound coming up in the late night session here with, I believe, 2 more qualifying hits for the Outlaw 275 competitors coming up later on in the evening. Brought to us by MDA Fabrication as a pair of Mustangs in the water box next. So it's Chris Gould, Tower Side, TCS lane, and his 2000 Mustang sponsored by CT Automotive, and Tyler Levy out of Maple Ridge, his 1986 Ford Mustang with a little 302 under the hood with turbocharger thrown on it for good measures. Both drivers getting backed up from their respective burnouts. Chris Gould, former Outlaw 10.5 racer, coming from the province of Alberta, Spruce Grove. Making the transition in the last few years to running in Outlaw 275 competition up against Tyler Levy, who since the pandemic hasn't done a whole lot of racing, but is back behind the wheel of his 1986 Ford Mustang, the Fox Body, lined up and ready to go. Both cars strong launch as Gould takes it all the way to the top end. We got ourselves a new #1 qualifier. Chris Gould, 458 with a 160 miles an hour for Chris Gould. Tyler Levy, strong run as well. 5003 goes into the #2 spot for the racer out of Maple Ridge. All right, next pair. We have Parm Jawanda, Tower side of the racetrack. Parm, it is 1991 Ford Mustang against the wagon over there, far side of the racetrack. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need all real street competitors. Real street competitors. We need you guys in lanes 2 and 3. Real street, lanes 2 and 3. We've also called Outlaw Street to the lanes as well. So Parm Jawanda building up the boost and getting ready. Rick McLeod bringing out the backup car, the wagon, to try and get some points. The Dart obviously having some problems. 531 at 150 miles an hour for Parm Jawanda, the racer out of Surrey, and the Jawanda Motorsports machine, as you get a look at that up on the big screen for the instant replay. So Parm Jawanda, solid run with that 531. As rolling underneath Lordco Auto Parts Bridge, you can see over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, that is Steve Skokin behind the wheel of his Pro-Charged Mustang. Steve, a former Door Wars winner for the 3rd edition of Door Wars in that Pro-Charged machine. And then over here on the TCS side of the racetrack, 1981 Chevy Malibu. That is Mike Hawkins out of Chilliwack. So Hawkins, again, the TCS side of the racetrack, and a Chevy Malibu that's seen a lot of competition here at Mission Raceway Park, has been converted over to Outlaw 275 competition. The nitrous-assisted machine up against Steve Skokin in that Mustang. As we mentioned, former DOORWARZ winner in 2021, the last time Steve was here. Kind of split the prize money there with Justin Gallant, unfortunately unable to run the final in 2021 as things run a little bit late on that particular race night. So Steve and Justin electing to split the prize purse as Mike Hawkins purchasing the nitrous system on the Chevy Malibu, getting ready to be guided into the staging beam. Steve Skokin already waiting on the procedure over there going on before Mike Hawkins is ready to roll up. So again, they got courtesy staging where both drivers wait for the other to be ready before they actually enter into the staging beam. So it looks like Steve Skokin pulling in, tripping on that top bulb as Mike Hawkins will get ready to bring the Malibu in as well to get that top bulb. So far into the 450s, we have gone with Chris Gould sitting at the top. Hawkins straight up into tire shake, had to get off of it. Skokin gets down to the top end with a 499 with a 1. 499 with a 1, second quick so far for Steve Skokin in the Mustang. The Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, Mike Hawkins having to shut it off with a 593 with a 4 at 106 miles an hour for the Malibu from Chilliwack in the TCS side of the racetrack. Attention in the pits, final call for Outlaws Street to make their way to the staging lanes. Outlaws Street, this is your final call to the lanes. So here we go with Dan Rodrigue, tower side, the Boo, the 1981 Chevy Malibu, your defending West Coast Outlaw 275 champion for the folks at MDA Fabrication. And Tony Souza over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Souza out of Surrey. The Violent Performance, SDK Performance, Langley Westcan Auto sponsored 1988 Ford Mustang. And Dan Rodrigue with the big block Chevy with a whole lot of nitrous assistance with a nice vinyl top on the 81 Chevy Malibu. As we mentioned, Dan getting the championship last year in this division. He is also the 2022 Smoke, Fire, and Thunder Outlaw 275 winner here at Mission Raceway Park. Racing always a family affair with the Rodrigue family. The Kent Specialty Automotive Milron truck body. The Gray Metalworks machine getting backed up from the burnout. Over on the far side of the racetrack, Tony in the Mustang. Again, the Violent Performance machine. Tony getting to make few test hits last night, as did Dan Rodrigue. And Dan, a machine that's definitely capable of reaching up and trying to take that #1 spot. As you can see the crew member out there on the radio talking to Dan, making sure everything's good to go. One final purge of the nitrous system before he is guided into the beams. The TCS side of the racetrack. So here we go, Dan Rodrigue and Tony Souza. Rodrigue, quick pedal job, and still going to try and salvage that run. 534 with a 3 at 155 miles an hour. Tony Souza in the Mustang runs it through to a 568 with an 8, 123 miles an hour. So both cars getting down the racetrack. Rodrigue, though, having to pedal it big time, salvaging a qualifying run there for the Malibu as we continue to march through. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Pro Street and Doorslammers on standby. Pro Street and Doorslammers on standby. So looks like that'll do it for Outlaw 275. Their first qualifying round, and up will come Limited Street for the West Coast Outlaws. So Chris McGraw over there, the Lordco Auto Parts lane in the Fox Body Mustang that he calls Flipper. 1990 Mustang. Over in the TCS side of the racetrack, Max Nielsen out of Sturgeon, Alberta. So Max Nielsen, who attempted to make a test hit earlier on in the heat of the day, unfortunately his Mustang going straight up into tire smoke pretty much instantaneously off the hit. And Chris McGraw from Abbotsford had a little bit of problems on his last test hit. Again, limited street, step down from the Outlaw 275 guys, a little bit more rules in place for the limited street gang. Wheels up, launch a pair as they get to the top end of the racetrack, and it's going to be a 525 with a 2 for Max Nielsen for the driver out of Sturgeon, Alberta, at 134 miles an hour. Chris McGraw, 541 with a 3, 130 miles an hour for the Fox Body Mustang over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, as the next two cars rolling up here in limited street qualifying. One last call, attention in the pits, Outlaw Street. We need you to the lanes, Outlaw Street to the lanes. So Gulf and Fraser Financial Limited Street rolling on is Vanessa Richards, the Hawaii 5.0 Mustang. A lot of activity going on around that car as they have lifted up the hood on her machine. Your defending DOORWARZ winner on the TCS side of the racetrack. Pat Hearn in the Gen 3 Speed Gibson Racing Team's BCIT Aerospace sponsored Fox-bodied Mustang on the TCS side of the racetrack. So looks like Richard's still sitting in the burnout box, so Hearn will have a single run on this one, the TCS side of the racetrack. So Hearn heading down the TCS side of the racetrack, 639 with an 8 for Hearn at 110 miles an hour, not approaching the top spot so far. As see if Vanessa Richards can get all fired up and ready to go here for attempt number 2 at getting the Hawaii 5.0 Mustang down the racetrack. So here comes Vanessa Richards, the racer out of Kelowna, the Gen 3 Speed Precision Concepts, Kelowna Chevrolet sponsored Ford Mustang. So Vanessa Richards, your defending Gulf and Fraser Limited Street champion with the West Coast Outlaws, as well as your defending DOORWARZ winner. Had a dominant year last year. This nitrous-assisted Ford power plant under the hood for Vanessa Richards. She will move that car up towards the staging beams, having a little bit of problems. Burnout, they've got that sorted out, so Richards will have a single run as Pat Hearn going down the racetrack to TCS side of the Mission Raceway Park Strip for the Titanium Auto Group as Richards is in. And Vanessa Richards getting to the top end with a 535 with a 6. 535, 631 miles an hour, actually deep staging, which is not what Vanessa wanted to do. Actually robbed a little bit of ET off of her, which is something you can try and do in maybe eliminations with that flickering out of the top bulb. But trying to get that car as staged as shallow as possible here in qualifying. Is lined up and ready to go now. Completing both their burnouts. The battle of the Gibsons. Jason Gibson in the TCS lane out of Surrey. And Justin Gibson, also out of Surrey, over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. So Jason Gibson in the Mustang, used to seeing him in a 1966 Ford Mustang out here at Mission Raceway Park, longtime competitor. Up against Justin Gibson, the runner-up last year at DOORWARZ. Justin looking to go that one spot better, as Jason already with a win under his belt at the Seattle points race in Limited Street back in the month of May. So Jason Gibson going right up in tire smoke, and Justin having to do a quick pedal, gets to the top end with a 567 with a 628 miles an hour. So 567 with a 6 for Justin Gibson. And again, Jason Gibson having to click it off early, coast through with a 979 with a 1. So Justin Lee up next. Justin, the convertible Ford Mustang over here on the tower side, up against Miguel Futino over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Is just making sure that the top end is cleared as your pair rolling up. Justin Lee getting lined up and ready to go as he's been going through the licensing process here at Mission Raceway Park. Just waiting for Miguel, longtime competitor out here at Mission Raceway. Again, big thanks to the Titanium Auto Group presenting the Titanium strip here for the 2023 season, as well as DOORWARZ for the 2023 edition, and Golf and Fraser for helping out for Limited Street. So looks like it'll be a single for Lee over there in the TCS side of the racetrack. Here Lee building up the revs as he'll take it all the way down to the 8th mile mark under power. 595 with an 8 at 118 miles an hour for Justin Lee. He'll get another qualifying run in his short Limited Street career so far, as Miguel unfortunately getting pushed back in his machine, the 1986 Ford Fox Body, sponsored by Precision Racing, and BDL Auto getting pushed back after it goes silent on the start line. This looks like a few more pairs of Limited Street lined up and ready to go in the staging lanes as we speak. All right, so the next pair coming up into the water box as we speak is Miguel's car. Tough break for him not getting a run in the first session. William Wood over in the TCS lane out of Langley. 1992 Fox Body Mustang up against Matt Black in the Jeep Cherokee from the Okanagan. So William Wood, who's run in Limited Street here the last few years, it's still a relatively new category with his small block Ford powered Mustang, running a little bit of spray up against Matt Black's turbocharged machine over there, the wheel-standing Jeep Cherokee. As we continue to point out, that's actually the second drag racing version of Jeep Cherokee that Matt has had. This is the updated version. Matt, a regular at the Thunder Mountain Raceway, just outside of Kelowna as he gets ready to bump it in. Wood is in and Black is in. William Wood heads out on his way down the racetrack, 561 with a 125 miles an hour. Matt Black gets to the top end with a 638 with a 321 miles an hour for Matt. Attention the pits, Canada West Doorslammers. We need you guys to lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Canada West Doorslammers, lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Once again, that is the call. Canada West Doorslammers, head on up for your first qualifying session. So Miguel Futino is back in the Mustang after getting backed up on the previous run. And Josh Collin from Calgary, Alberta, the 1986 Mercury wagon. The Tower side, TCS lane, and Josh completing his licensing process last night. He's getting the printout here for the Outlaw 275 qualifying session. Chris Gould quickest after one session with a 458. Steve Skokin currently sitting in the number 2 spot with a 499 with a 1. As Josh Collin flickers on that bottom ball. Miguel already in. So Miguel getting to the line second as Josh Collin 572, or 570 rather, with a 2, 122 miles an hour. Wheels up launch for the Mercury marquee down there at the top end of the racetrack. And man, if that was eliminations, that would have been a close race at the top end. And Miguel Futino in the Fox Body Mustang over the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. A 583 with a 6, 118 miles an hour as we move, I believe, into Outlaw Street, or Limited Street, looks like. Rather, looks like we'll switch it to Outlaw Street. We are now done with Limited Street qualifying. That will finish things off, and we will kick off Outlaw Street qualifying. I'll turn things over to Christy, the second voice you'll be hearing up here in the tower.
Oh, why, thank you, sir. West Coast Outlaw Street class coming right up here at Door Wars 11. So good to see everybody out there. What a beautiful day. Is a little warm, I must say, but you guys are all amazing spending your weekend here with us at Door Wars 11. Moving into the West Coast Outlaw Street, this is an 8th mile heads-up class for all street vehicles and street bikes. It's been pretty exciting so far here as we've started our first round of qualifying. We're going to have those door slammers coming up in a little while. I heard there's 30 door slammers. 30 door slammers, folks. I also heard there's 16 pro mods, and I think pro mod is a great class. Been following our pro mod guys on NHRA TV. I hope you have too. And of course, they're here on the property today. Bahrain Racing in the pro mods. That'll be their first round of qualifying around 9 o'clock. So we'll get them to come out along with Top Fuel Harley and Pro Mod Bike. And of course, the burnout contest, which that should be a lot of fun. So lots of racing action here to come, and the burnout contest on your Canada Day weekend. First couple vehicles in the West Coast Outlaw Street. Rob Monroe Sr. in the Lordco lane, sponsored by White Knuckle Racing and Gibson Racing in that 1931 Ford. It's going against Tom Turan in the Kraken 2017 GSX-R. Our first two vehicles here in the West Coast Outlaw Street. And this is a drag race, folks. Look at this. Tom Tarrant, a 10.5, 228 miles an hour. Robin Rose Sr., a 5.63 at 121 with a 5. Corey Craig in the TCS lane in the 05 Suzuki. He's a Chilliwack resident going against Matt Marshall from Hazelton, BC in his 1991 Chevy, sponsored by River Hideaway Ventures Limited. Corey Craig in the TCS lane going against Matt Marshall in that 1991 Chevy in the Lordco lane. Bulbs lit. Eighth mile racing here, a 5.7 with an 8 for Corey Craig at 136 miles an hour. Matt with a 7.51 at 92. Matt Robert from Airdrie, Alberta, here in the TCS lane in his 79 Camaro, sponsored by Archon Solution and Lordco. Looks like this will be a solo pass here in the West Coast Outlaw Street. Good looking 79 Camaro with the 376. A little problem as he was trying to light that second bulb. First round of qualifying here for the West Coast Outlaw Street. Oh, and when he gets it going, those wheels went up. Tons of power in that Camaro. 6.70 at 128 miles an hour at the 8th mile. Moving into Gerry's OK Tire Real Street class now. Joel Smith in the TCS lane in that 71 Pontiac. He's an Abbotsford resident, sponsored by Gerry's OK Tire, RPM Alignment, and Zabstrack Racing. Raj Lal in the Lordco lane in the Honda Civic. Little problems for the Honda Civic in the Lordco lane. Big problems, in fact. And of course, we're racing to the quarter mile here in West Coast Real Street. Joel at 10.89 at 131. Looks like track officials will have to head out there and see if they can give this gentleman a hand. DOORWARZ 11, sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group here at the Mission Raceway.
Yeah, so tough break there for Raj in the Civic. Looks like might need some assistance off the racetrack, as you mentioned there, Chrissy. And Cool deal here, starting up with the West Coast Outlaws Real Street category. As mentioned again, quarter-mile bracket class. So when it comes to eliminations, all these racers will be dialing in based off of these qualifying runs. But it has to be a street-legal vehicle that competes in Real Street. And a big thanks to the folks at Gerry's OK Tire for bringing us all the Real Street action. Hey, for those of you at the racetrack here, make sure to check out the Beer Garden, sponsored by Jack's Beer, Wine, and Spirits. And again, if you're over the age of 19, make sure to head on over to the Beer Gardens again here on the pit side, right beside the tower. You can get refreshed and discover the world of exceptional beverages at Jack's Beer, Wine, and Spirits. Jack's offers a vast selection of beers, wines, and spirits to satisfy every palate. You can make sure to head on over to the Beer Gardens again if you're 19 years of age and older here on the pit side of things. Also 3 food trucks to check out over on the spectator side, the Jay's Disco Dogs Yardie Grill and Chicken on Tires food trucks all over there on the spectator side of things. And the other side of the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park. And also make sure to check out your West Coast Pro modified merchandise at their tent right next to the Badass Garage tent. And that is down towards the half-track snack shack, the washrooms, and also the Pro Shop open, so you can get your official DOORWARZ 11 merchandise. Make sure to get that, all presented by the Titanium Auto Group, again at the Titanium Strip here at Mission Raceway Park, as we get Raj's Civic pushed back and make sure that the racetrack is A-OK before we send the next pair of Real Street competitors.
Scott Kolodachuk from Surrey in the Lordco lane. 1991 Fox Body Mustang over there. He calls Snoop, going against Rob Monroe Jr. 69 Acadian, sponsored by Gibson Racing Transmissions, Horizon Paint and Body, and SD Performance. As we carry off here in West Coast Real Street at DOORWARZ 11 on the Titanium Strip. Oh, it looks like we're going to have to push back this vehicle. How unfortunate. Kolodachuk's just going to make his way down the track at his own leisure.
So tough break there for Scott as he'll idle his way down to the top end as Rob Monroe Jr. has been pushed back in the 69 Acadian. Tough break for Rob as he's still trying to get things sorted out there, so hopefully they can get that car back up and running as we still move on through the Real Street field for Gerry's OK Tire. And up next, we'll roll the next pair in Real Street competition.
Scott Warden from the Okanagan in that 1953 Chevy pickup he calls Lumpy. And we've got the Mach 1 Mustang in the TCS lane. No driver info at this moment. It looks like our TCS Mach 1 rolling through the light, and Scott will be getting into the quarter mile at 10.09 at 130 miles an hour for Scott Warden. It's Robert Unger from Langley in the 1966 Chevelle running a 505 big block Chev called Daisy. Racing to the quarter mile here in West Coast Real Street at 10.67 at 124 miles an hour for Robert. All right, here comes Rob Monroe Sr. These two are double classing. Rob from Langley, sponsored by White Knuckle Racing and Gibson Racing. He's in that 31 Ford going against Tom Turand in the Kraken, sponsored by Daytona Motorsports and Boulder Designs 2017 GSXR. Rob Monroe Sr., TCS lane, and Tom Turand in the Lordco lane. Waiting for Rob to bump in that last bulb. And he times out. And off Tom Turand goes.
So we should say that these drivers have, once the other driver lights that bottom bulb, they have 7 seconds to get into the stage beams. So the starter timing out, Rob Monroe Sr., he'll idle down the racetrack, unfortunately not getting a time here in Gerry's OK Tire Real Street, as I believe that will do it for Gerry's OK Tire Real Street. I'll have another few qualifying sessions coming up as finishing things off for them. Again, big thanks to all the sponsors and supporters here at Mission Raceway Park helping us get through the DOORWARZ weekend. And of course, we mentioned Canada West Doorslammers. They'll be coming up momentarily. Their big sponsor for this weekend is Paradise Homes. Of course, Rod Leclerc, the owner of Paradise Homes, big supporter and racer in the Doorslammer category. You can give them a call at 250-478-1058. For Paradise Homes. Big thanks to everybody that supports racing here, especially all the gang at Paradise Homes, their official sponsor, their title sponsor for 2023, Winter Harbor Marina and RV. They also have some help from Total Dairy Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, their VP Race Fuel Distributor, Associated Tire and Auto, as well as Alpine Backhoe, Comox, Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, Travel and RV, all helping out with the Canada West Doorslammers for 2023. So for anybody wanting to check out the concession stand, you can make sure to head on down there, and we'll just make the reminder that the concession stand will be closing at 9 o'clock tonight. So again, the concession over here on the pit side of things closing at 9 o'clock. That'll be the last call for the concession.
Just a reminder, if you haven't hit BS Espresso, Barry and Shelley down there, they have the most delicious mini donuts on the planet. Now, that's what I had for dinner, mini donuts, but they have all of the frappuccinos, cappuccinos, mochachinos, all of the chinos with all that whipped cream on top. So be sure to check it out, BS Espresso, Barry and Shelley over there. Grab yourself some mini donuts and some cappuccinos.
I was going to say, on a nice hot day like this, there is nothing like a nice frap from the gang underneath of the pit side grandstands over here. Make sure to check that out. Again, beer gardens are open. You can head on over there if you're 19 years of age or older. We've also got the Hard Knocks Stunt Show that's going to be coming up a little bit later on in the program. Junior Dragster is going to be making some exhibition passes. And we mentioned over 30 Canada West Doorslammers. There are, I believe, 42 that have reported to the staging lanes for Canada West Doorslammers. And of course, I think we got one Pro Street competitor that we got to squeeze in here before we get underway with the Canada West Doorslammers. So still one more car to run. Is plenty on the program here, as we'll have some nighttime qualifying getting into the late night hours here at Mission Raceway Park tonight to kick off DOORWARZ weekend. Of course, the test and tune session yesterday all day, running until the evening hours with the radial classes. Then also having the test and tune this afternoon, getting into qualifying action here at Mission Raceway Park for all the divisions involved for DOORWARZ. So here comes Nick Duda in what I believe is the only inline sales pro street car that's going to make it out for the first qualifying session here this evening for DOORWARZ. Nick, a former DOORWARZ winner in pro modified competition with his 1963 Corvette. A turbocharged combination on a 10.5 tire, so the skinnier tire in the back than what the pro mods are running. As Nick will get ready to be guided into the beams, and very experienced racer, of course, very knowledgeable tuner as well on this machine, the turbocharged Corvette. The small block Chevy underneath the hood, the Performance World Mopac sponsored machine getting brought into the staging beams. And after this, wrapping up Inline Sales and Service Limited Pro Street, Nick Duda building up the boost. Nick driving through a little bit of tire shake, gets to the top end with a 424 with a 182 miles an hour for Nick Duda on his first pass of the weekend. Not too shabby there for Nick, as Nick will make his way off the top end. We will get ready for Canada West Doorslammer. Again, 42 cars in the pits. Canada West Doorslammer. Pretty much the only rule is you got to have two functioning doors. Car has to have a roof, and it's got to run quicker than an 870. So Canada West Doorslammer qualifying, kicking off with Brody Shirt, the TCS side of the racetrack out of Langley, is 1967 Chevy, the Titanium Auto Group of a speed shop. Sponsored machine is Paradise Homes, presenting sponsor for the weekend here for the Canada West Doorslammers. Over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane out of Abbotsford, his 1967 Chevy Camaro. That's Adam DeYoung, the Artex Racing sponsored machine. JBS equipment on the front quarter panel as both drivers staged up and ready to go, trying to go quicker than that 870. So getting to the top end, Brody Shirk with a 840 with a 960 miles an hour. Adam DeYoung, a 851 with a 459 miles an hour. So both cars will make their way into the qualifying field. Is up next Brad Powell out of Linden, Washington. His 1967 Chevelle up against Jan Christensen, the El Gringo machine over there. And the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. For Preston Chevrolet, JBS Equipment. Jan juggling a few race cars, trying to get into the field. And Brad Powell, one of the U.S. competitors, coming up to run Canada West Doorslammers. Top end of the racetrack. Brad Powell getting there first with red lighting, which doesn't matter too much in qualifying. 847 with a 5 at 158 miles an hour. 868 with an 8, 156 miles an hour. Jan Christensen just sneaking past that 870 qualifying benchmark. Again, here in Paradise Homes, Canada West Doorslammers is Blake Miller out of Langford on Vancouver Island, just outside of Victoria. The TCS side of the racetrack up against Howie Winkle and his 1955 Chevy Bel Air. Howie with a little bit shorter commute to the racetrack than Blair. Howie from Abbotsford, 620 cubic inches. A big block Chevy power plant. Underneath the hood of the 55 Chevy, the Searles Auto Repair Camaro, and the TCS side of the racetrack. Lined up, both pre-stage bulbs lit, so we got ready to go for the next pair in Canada West Doorslammer. Of course, it looks like Howie's going to roll through the beams is Blake Miller heading down the racetrack, so no time for Winkle in the 55 Chevy. He'll have to come back in the next session. And Blake Miller falling short of the qualifying benchmark with an 896 with a 4 to only 158 miles an hour. So have some work to do in that Chevy Camaro.
Scott Robinson from Chilliwack, the 94 Beretta in the TCS lane, sponsored by AFD Petroleum, Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque, and AccuCut Lasers, going against Mike Kenworth from Arlington, Washington, 1992 Firebird, sponsored by Illusion Motorsports and Speedmark.
So Scott Robinson heading down track, gets to the stripe. 771 with a 4, 177 miles an hour for the former Doorslammer champion out of Chilliwack, Mike Kenworth. One of our regulars from Washington State at 858 with a 3, 160 miles an hour. Both drivers, again, solidly in the show. Scott getting up in the top half of the qualifying ladder with some quicker cars to come, though. Otto Schulte from Black Creek, BC. That's just outside of Campbell River on the island. Another island racer from Port Alberni, Johnny West, the Kingsley Trucking, J&L Drive-In, Lordco Auto Parts 57 Chevy, the Georgia Straight Collision, Next Gen Hearing, Chevy Cavalier in the TCS lane for Otto Schulte. So Johnny West getting out of the groove, having to shut off the 57 Chevy in a 753 for Otto Schulte. 182 miles an hour for the Chevy Cavalier. As we got a look at that on the live stream and up on the big screen, you can see West cars starting to drift towards the center line over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, having to shut it off. Schulte again going through with that 753 with a 182 miles an hour. Terry Langdon Davies, the TCS lane, a Mission Raceway Park staple and a Canada West Doorslammer staple. And that 1941 Willys, purple and black machine up against Andy Hatton over there. Far side of the racetrack, the green Camaro that he calls the Grinch. So both drivers trying to make a decent pass here early on qualifying. Langdon Davies going red in the TCS side of the racetrack. Top end. 810 for the Willys at 164 miles an hour. 830 with a 6, 161 for Andy Hatton.
Dale Phillips from Chetwynd, BC, in that 1967 Shelby in the TCS lane. It's going against Kerry Young. Kerry Young from Port Alberni, sponsored by Young's Mechanical. Lots of people from the island here. Wow.
And Canada West Doorslammer is one of the more popular categories amongst the island-supported racers. Of course, back in the day with Thunder in the Valley, in Port Alberni, they used to run at the airstrip there, and Canada West Doorslammer is one of the staple exhibition classes back in the day. So Dale Phillips going with the big cubic inch, 700 cubic inches underneath the hood of his machine for the regular and top Doorslammer, or rather top sportsman competition. And over there, Kerry Young, the nitrous-assisted small block Chevy for the S10 out of Port Alberni. So Dale Phillips looks like he's going to get to the finish line first, puts in a 774 with a 675 miles an hour, 836 with an 859 for Kerry Young. And how about Dale Phillips? Pause for burnouts. How about Dale Phillips going 007 on the tree, James Bond on the reaction time. As Steve Wilson up next in his 1968 Camaro, nicknamed the Angry Pumpkin, up against Ray Bollinger from Maple Ridge in his 1969 Camaro, the Speed Tech Just Mechanical sponsored machine. Big block Chevys a pair as you get a nice look at Steve Wilson's Camaro up there on the big screen. Wilson 615 cubic inches of big block Chevy over here in Tower side. And Ray Bollinger over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, 565 cubic inches. Big block Chevy power for Ray, who is completing the licensing process, the test and tune yesterday. Both cars leaving the line relatively even as they make their way down to the stripe. 830 with a 163 miles an hour for Steve Wilson and Ray Bollinger. 827 with a 563 miles an hour for Ray in the Camaro. So you get a look at the Rocket Coatings finish line cam, 8th mile finish line cam down there up on the instant replay on the big screen, courtesy of Valley Tech Productions, as we await the next pair to roll up in to the water box here for Canada West Doorslammer qualifying. Again, Paradise Homes, the presenting sponsor for the weekend. Paradise Homes, founded in 2001 by two local island businessmen. At the time, they both had full-time careers, but strong desire to build quality houses, so they created Paradise Homes Limited, complementing each other well. They have been building exceptional housing ever since. Paradise Homes is an all-inclusive real estate development firm that works from beginning to end on their projects, purchasing and rezoning land when necessary, and service the project, then build out and sell their own product all in-house. Again, that's Paradise Homes, bringing us Canada West Doorslammers for Door Wars 11 here at Mission Raceway Park. Presented, of course, by the Titanium Auto Group. The Titanium Auto Group strip looks like a quick spray of the starting line at the moment before we roll on in to the next pair of Canada West Doorslammers. And once again, we keep saying it, the beer garden is open down there towards right beside the tower over here on the pit side of things. Jack's Beer Garden, make sure to head on over. And the beer garden is almost fully in shade right now. It's a nice cool spot. You can also take it up to the roped off section, or rather fenced off section of the stand, so you can enjoy all the action here at Door Wars. You can see the roving camera right now up in the big screen going through the lanes, taking a look at some of the Doorslammer cars lined up and ready to come up for qualifying here, as we're seeing quite a few cars that didn't elect to make test passes earlier today coming up for qualifying. And again, a great field of cars lined up here for Door Wars. Great field of cars pretty much in all fields, as the pits are fairly full, as I'm sure you saw in your pit walk, Chrissy, earlier, that they are packed in here the entire length of Mission Raceway Park.
Yeah, it's good. So good to see everybody out here today, and the pit is jam-packed. Absolutely. Great to see, and thanks everybody out here, spectators. Appreciate having you out here, and hello to everyone on the live stream. How you doing? Hope to see you down here, perhaps later on this weekend. All Carrying on in with our Canada West door slammers here, 870 or quicker, first round of qualifying. Lane Woolley from Langley in that 1970 Duster. It's running a 678 Hemi sponsored by Bucky's Mini Excavating, and special thanks to Token Fiberglass. It's going against Darren Buick from Mission in his 1967 Chevy 2. He's got a 540 Chev motor, and he's sponsored by Evans Excavating.
So attention the pits, junior dragsters, juniors, we need you guys to lane 1. Juniors to the lanes. Lane 1 is your lane assignment.
Lane Woolley in the TCS lane, going against Darren Buick here in that Chevy 2. Double green here, first round of qualifying for the Doorslammers. And a 7.70 at 177 with a 5 miles an hour for Lane, and Darren an 8.67 at 155.
Nice big smoky burnout from Corey Stewart over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane out of Campbell River. On Vancouver Island, his 55 Chevy up against Paul Stretch in the 2002 Cavalier. Paul with mid-island engines power with 368 cubic inches of naturally aspirated big block Chevy getting backed up and ready to go. So Corey Stewart, again over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, getting brought back from his burnout, the purple and white machine. First time we've seen Corey making a pass this weekend, saving it for the first qualifying session is Paul Stretch. Your defending Doorslammer champion in the division in that red Cavalier, Paul out of Duncan. So the Battle of Vancouver Island here in qualifying. Vancouver Island friendly lined up and getting ready to go. Here's as we continue to work our way through Canada West Doorslammer qualifying, again brought to us by Paradise Homes Construction and Development. And Winter Harbor Marina and RV, the title sponsor for the 2023 season for Canada West Doorslammers. Stretch is pre-staged. Stewart is in. Stretch is in. Both cars leave the line clean at the top end of the racetrack. Paul Stretch is going to get there with a 7.27 with a 7 at 189 miles an hour. And Corey Stewart, 8.26 with a 162 miles an hour. His next pair is already in the water box, getting ready. So TCS side of things, that is Zach Joyce out of Langley in his 1948 Austin. Mopar Power protruding from the hood. For Zach is backing up from his strong burnout. John DeYoung out of Abbotsford, his 1968 Camaro for Artex Racing. John was supposed to race in Pro Modified, unfortunately hurt the motor in testing, so brought back the Canada West Doorslammer 68 Chevy. Having some fun in the Doorslammer category in a car that can go deep into the 6-second zone. And if everything goes right here, it could take that #1 spot in Canada West Doorslammer qualifying. Zach Joyce getting led up to the line. Zach made a few test hits in the heat of the day. Unfortunately, had to click it off early on both of those runs. As Joyce is pre-staged, here comes DeYoung into the beams, and Young is in. Here comes Joyce. John DeYoung driving her out the back door to a 6.66 with a 208 miles an hour, and you got yourself a new Canada West Doorslammers #1 qualifier for John DeYoung, going to the top. 781 with a 5 for Zach Joyce at 173 miles an hour. And again, 42 cars making an attempt here and lined up in the staging lanes trying to get into the Canada West Doorslammer field. And all you got to do is run an 870. Sounds simple, but everything has to go right to get into that qualifying field.
Now, I thought that it was Paul Stretch making a statement, but no, it was John DeYoung definitely making a statement, laying that time. Dave Warren in the TCS lane. He's from Mission, that 1962 Bel Air. Blue Max going against Jason Field, also from Mission, 1971 Chevy Nova. He's running a 632 pump gas motor sponsored by Ritchie's Racing Engines, Greenlight Auto Sales, and Induction Solutions. Lots of racing action yet to come. So many Canada West Doorslammers. It's very exciting. I'm normally a street legals announcer, you see, so this is the big times for me.
We're throwing you in the deep end this weekend here, Chrissy, with Door Wars coming up, one of the biggest events here at Mission Raceway Park. And, of course, the Mopac Street Legals here at Mission, a crucial part of the racing program. Got quite a few of those coming up throughout the month of July, August, into September as well. As Dave Warren, who's been a staple in Doorslammer competition for pretty much as long as the category's been around, on the TCS side of the racetrack, back after a few years' absence, coming back last year. Warren getting to the top end first, 788 with an 8, 173 miles an hour. Jason Field into the field as well with an 843 with a 3, 161 miles an hour for the small-tired Nova. Jason, one of the only drivers running the small tires on the back of his machine and able to get into the qualifying field in his first attempt. So, solid run there for Jason. As up next, we'll roll Battle of the 1950 Chevys. Over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, that's Derek Shirk, the battle-scarred Bel Air for the Titanium Auto Group. And over in the TCS lane, Henry Zacharias, 1953 Corvette. Well, last time Derek Shirk was here, you're defending Door Wars Canada West Doorslammer winner. That 55 Chevy got a little bit of water underneath the slick and took a ride right off the starting line. Derek sending the car off, getting it repaired just in time for Door Wars, and I was talking with him. Didn't quite get the paint done, but of course that doesn't really matter. As Henry Zacharias getting ready to bring his Corvette up for the racer out of Surrey, Derek from Langley. Of course, the man behind the Titanium Auto Group, and he's become a big supporter of racing here at Mission Raceway Park, of course, and a big-time racer himself with a full fleet of Titanium racing machines. You can go to titaniumracing.ca for more information. Both cars staged. Derek Shirk getting to the top end first, 751. Looks like he was out of it early, 152 miles an hour down on the MP8 side of things. Henry Zacharias, a 766 with a 1 at 176 miles an hour for Zacharias in the Corvette.
Grant Howell here in the TCS lane. He's from Victoria, 1937 Chev, running a 632 Sunset. Going against Dale Jensen from Armstrong, the 66 Canso, running the 406.
So Grant Howell, who mentioned Blue Max Gang, the Impala has been around in Doorslammer competition for a while, so has Grant, very experienced racer. Jansen, the beautiful Acadian over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, 786 for Jansen. How about a 769 with a 7 for Grant Howell at 175 miles an hour. So, Paul Debris Jr. I was talking with Gerry, and Gerry was saying, hey, I thought Paul was taking some time off. Paul finding himself behind a this wheel rather, of a different race car than he's used to, this 1963 Corvette for Vancouver Island Electrics and straight line race cars, up against Devin Jansen. We just saw another member of the Jansen family, Dale Jansen, going down the exact same lane. Devin getting ready to go in his 1970 Nova, also out of Armstrong. Paul Debris from Vancouver Island, Shawnigan Lake. As he'll flick on that pre-stage bulb, Debris is in, Jansen in. Paul Debris, you can hear him working the throttle, gets out of it 793 with a 570 miles an hour. Devin Jansen into the qualifying field as well. Devin in 858 with a 3 at 152 miles an hour.
Steve McKenzie in the Lordco lane. He's from Richmond, racing that 1987 Cavalier, sponsored by McKenzie Racing, going against Scott Grant from Langley. And that bright red 2001 Camaro. Special thanks to Bubba Speed Shop. Scott Grant and Steve McKenzie as we make our way through the Canada West Doorslammers here at Door Wars 11. Steve has a bulb lit, as does Scott. Here we go. Scott Grant an 8.31 and Steve an 8.90 at 155.
So Scott Grant still with some work to do, about 0.2 of a second out of making the qualifying field, as next pair is in the water box. So Rod Leclerc out of Victoria, and pause for burnout. And Poe Freeborn from Courtney. So both Vancouver Island cars. Rod Leclerc debuting a new look on his 1967 Camaro here at Door Wars. 598 cubic inches underneath the hood of the Camaro, and a little bit of nitrous to assist Rod Leclerc along the titanium strip here at Mission Raceway Park. Poe Freeborn in the 1967 Shelby Mustang. His wife Kathy also in the Paradise Homes Construction and Development Canada West Doorslammer category. We'll see her coming up in a few pairs. Poe bringing the Mustang into the beams. You can see Rod Leclerc's crew chief out in front of him, just testing to make sure where that first beam is to help bring Rod in. And again, in qualifying, you try to look for as much ET as possible. So you don't want to deep stage these cars by turning out that top bulb. It actually takes away a little bit of racetrack, but it also takes away a little bit of ET, which you are looking for in qualifying. It's really only helpful in eliminations, and Canada West Doorslammers actually don't allow you to deep stage. So Rod Leclerc getting ready to turn on that top bulb. Poe Freeborn is in, Leclerc is in. So at the top end, it's going to be Rod Leclerc going to the number 2 spot, 683 with a 202 miles an hour, with Poe Freeborn in the Mustang, 751 with a 482 miles an hour for Poe out of Courtney.
Well, that's what we're talking about right there. Yeah. Brian Ritchie here in the TCS lane from Coquitlam. Gorgeous looking 68 Chevelle here, running a 632. Sponsored by Ritchie Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales. Going against Mark Thompson from Coldstream, BC. A 54 Studebaker in the Lordco lane, sponsored by Marvel Racing.
And the Studebaker, in the early days of pro modified racing, very popular body style, as it was one of the swoopier cars from the 1950s. Both drivers staged. Thompson going 005 red. Again, that does not matter in qualifying. He'll get to the stripe first. 759 for Thompson with a 9 at 181 miles an hour. 793 with a 0, 170 miles an hour for Brian Ritchie. In the 68 Chevelle, as your next pair is in the water box. So Kathy Freeborn out of Courtney, the Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating sponsored Chevy Camaro. 70.5 Camaro up against Paul Soares out of Terrace. The Capit Pontiac. Saw Brody Soares in this car earlier, licensing, getting into the 8-second zone. As Kathy Freeborn in the Camaro, edging up to try and trip on that first bulb on the Christmas tree. And Soares will follow her in. Soares, the advantage off the line, gets to the stripe with an 802, 170 miles an hour. Kathy Freeborn in the Camaro, an 862 with a 158 miles an hour for Kathy, as I'll make the turn off the top end. So looks like we have one more pair here in Canada West Doorslammers before we give you a little taste of junior dragster action. Some of the youngest racers here at Mission Raceway Park in competition this weekend, but one final pair for Paradise Homes Canada West Doorslammers, and it's Mike Lucas, TCS side of the racetrack, in that black Camaro, against Scott Winterbottom. So Mike, out of Fort St. John, getting ready to back up from the burnout. Former IHRA champion in top sportsman competition for the racer from up north. As Scott Winterbottom in his 1968 Chevy Camaro. You can see two distinctly different styles of Camaro. Scott's car actually started out as a Chevy Camaro. Mike Lucas's machine, completely custom built from the ground up with the silhouette of a 68 Camaro. Small block for Winterbottom, big block for Lucas, 632 cubic inches. You can hear Winterbottom going through the gears in that high-winding small block as they get to the top end, and it is going to be a 751 with a 981 miles an hour for Mike Lucas. Scott Winterbottom, an 805 with a 167 miles an hour for Winterbottom in the Camaro. So that's going to wrap up round number one at Canada West Doorslammer qualifying, brought to us by Paradise Homes Construction and Development, and John DeYoung will finish out as your number one qualifier with a 666 at the top. So the Peden Industries junior class is lined up and ready to go for their exhibition in the staging lanes, and they've got some different themes and have kind of dressed up some of their junior dragsters over there in the staging lanes. So it'll be fun to see what they've come up with. Of course, junior programs here at Mission Raceway Park, great way to get involved at a very young age at getting down the racetrack and running to the 8th mile here at Mission Raceway. So your qualifying rundown order of at least the top 5 here in Canada West Doorslammer qualifying. John DeYoung currently sitting at the top with a 666 with a 2. Rod Leclerc in the number 2 spot with a 683 with a 6. The only 2 cars in the 6-second bracket. Paul Stretch in the number 3 spot with a 727 with a 7. Poe Freeborn in the number 4 position with a 751 with a 4. A 751 with a 6. 2 thou behind him, Derek Shirk. Rounding out your top 5 in Canada West Doorslammer qualifying as we get ready for the first pair of junior dragsters to come underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. So Natanya Peterson in the TCS side of the racetrack, Peterson Fabrication, Van Ross Services, Rig Construction Machine, of course, with the Peterson Fabrication flag and the Peterson Fabrication theme. You can see her grandpa down there with the welder's helmet, getting her all lined up and ready to go. As we said, the junior dragsters having their themes and costumes, and of course, Alex Green over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. The Global Container Terminals, bumper stands, Board Motorsports Machine, and Alex, of course, the Green family, all running green race cars as part of the Green name. Alex making the step up into this junior dragster from last year's car, going up a little bit in speed, the speed increasing with the age. There's the Junior Lightning and Junior Thunder classes. They're lined up based on age. So Natanya Peterson from Alberta, stage ready to go. Alex Green follows suit. Natanya fortunately going red as they'll be running heads up here for the exhibition, but in their elimination brackets, they'll actually be running to their dial in. So racers able to dial in what they estimate they're going to run. Alex Green getting the job done, 11.99 with an 8, 53 miles an hour, 12.75 with an 8 for Natanya Peterson in the TCS lane at 49 miles an hour as Tower Staff gets the duty of trying to nominate the best dressed crew, best designed car as Nate Green out of mission over here in the TCS lane. So you can already see from some of the cars rolling up that Canada Day, the prevailing theme throughout, as we get ready to celebrate that coming up here. As it is Nate Green over here on the Tower side of the racetrack. Other racer over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, staged up and ready to go. Fairly even on line and again. Several different types of junior dragster kind of roped together in the bracket division. 9 flat with a 2 over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side. Nate Green gets down to the top end with a 12.16 with an 0, 52 miles an hour.
Junior Thunder here is Jack Green in the TCS lane, sponsored by Global Container Terminals and Bumper Stand, going against Cadence Rodrigue. Sponsored by Milleron Truck Body, Ken's Specialty Auto, and Color Compass Corp. And look at that Canada Day balloons. Tomorrow's the big day. We're dressing up today, the juniors. And look at those balloons just bobble around there.
They're hanging on for dear life, and there goes one balloon. Rodrigue gets to the top end, down a balloon. with a 12:49 with a 7 at 40 miles an hour. So unfortunately, the tape not holding. 40 miles an hour we know is the limit for the balloons.
Now, Cadence was up here being a junior announcer at the last Street Legals as well. She's probably going to be taking my job, just to let you know. Another couple beautifully decorated Junior Thunders here. Owen Armstrong, part of Armstrong Racing in the TCS lane. Sponsored by Fountain Tire, Chilliwack, C25 kilogram Law, Lordco Badass Garage going against Ashton Katnick in the Lordco lane with all the flags. Sponsored by TK Performance in Lordco.
You can see Owen's mom, Jessica, out here, who's responsible for social media at the Speedway, fully draped in the Canada flag, which is fashionably turned into a cape. Ashton Katnick with the checkered flag theme.
Of course, all these guys being judged, best dressed crew, the wackiest dressed crew, best appearing.
So it looks like they're just gonna back him out of the beams for a second here. We'll do a double check up here in the tower. Again, backing him up. Looks like top end is what we're waiting on there. One car still not cleared off of the top end. Looks like they have now been pushed off to safety, so we should be firing up with the next pair. Again, Owen Armstrong over here in the TCS lane and Ashton Katnick over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of things.
So tomorrow we're all going to be dressed like this in the tower, aren't we?
Yeah, fortunately, is if we pull down the blinds, nobody can see us really, except for those on the starting line. So, again, just getting ready for the next pair there. Just a quick check of the top end. Make sure everything is good to go down there before we roll off the next pair of juniors. Then after this, we have the Hard Knocks Stunt Show coming up, so don't go anywhere. We'll have still some more entertainment before we roll into track prep in round number 2 of qualifying for Outlaw 275, courtesy of the folks at MDA Fabrication. And a big thanks to Peden Industries, big-time supporter of the junior categories here at Mission Raceway Park.
Don't forget, all juniors, there's a pizza and ice cream party at the Junior Street tent at 8 o'clock after the exhibition pass. All juniors, you're invited. Pizza and ice cream party. Hello. I think I might have to drop by.
I was going to say, the tower doesn't get a pizza and ice cream party. Hey, also, there's mini golf, courtesy of Peden Industries Junior Street, down by the fence line as well, to make sure you check that out. If there's any delays, I know we got a little bit of track prep scheduled, so maybe a good time to head on over if you got some kids to make sure to check out that over here on the pit side of things. Is still, though, the Hard Knocks Stunt Show after the Peden Industries Junior Exhibition is both Ashton Katnick and Owen Armstrong fired back up and ready to go. These junior dragsters usually running a Briggs & Stratton power plant with various tune-ups based, again, on age and junior dragster category.
Owen Armstrong is our youngest racer here on the property. He's pretty famous.
So Ashton Katnick just barely goes red, 006 red, reaction time wise. A 12:02 with the 253 miles an hour. And Owen Armstrong, your youngest junior dragster competitor, gets to the top end with a 17:17 at 35 miles an hour. In the 8th mile, as our next pair is up, Adam Katnick over in the TCS lane with, I guess you could call that the hand-lettered special paint scheme. One night only on the side of Adam Katnick's machine up against Wes Armstrong. Wesley over there. I saw his brother, Owen, younger brother, going down the TCS side of the racetrack. Wesley also going with the Canada Day theme, with Dad bringing him into the staging beams. So, unfortunately, Wesley going red over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Katnick is going to get the job done at the top end. 893 with a 0 at 73 miles an hour. Armstrong, 1205 with a 953 miles an hour. The Lordco Auto Parts lane, as we have two JBS Equipment junior dragsters right in the water box now. Jackson Dew over here in the TCS side of the racetrack, up against April Bond. You see April's dad, Justin, back there behind April's car, helping guide her up to the line. It's pretty cool that Justin's children are involved in junior dragster racing, and we'll also see Khaled Al-Belushi's son in junior dragster competition coming up in a few pairs. So Jackson Dew, again, the racer out of Langley. The JBS Equipment sponsor car, and Jackson also saying sponsorship coming from Grandpa as well. And Justin Bond giving the final few instructions to April as she gets led into that first beam to light the pre-stage bulb. Again, a big thanks to team at Valley Tech Productions, getting those great shots showing up on the big screen here at Mission Raceway Park and into your living rooms and computer screens, courtesy of the Lordco Auto Parts live stream. Even off the line, and it is going to be even to the stripe between April Bond and Jackson Dew, and April's going to get there first. 9:01 with a 5 at 73 miles an hour. 9:06 with an O, 72 miles an hour for Jackson Dew. Margin of victory at the stripe, 1/100th of a second in a great side-by-side drag race.
All right, we've got Hunter Thompson in the Lordco lane here, Junior Thunder. Of course, our junior program, a great way to get your kids involved in racing. It's a great way to keep the kids out of trouble. Putting the screens down and getting them behind the wheel, it changes the whole game, parents. So be sure to check them out on Facebook, and maybe you can get your child involved in the junior program. Bulbs are lit. And a good light here for Hunter Thompson. An 8.9 with a 374 miles an hour. Isabella Marshall in the TCS lane. Carrying on with our juniors, the exhibition pass, going against Hunter Gallant, sponsored by BDL Auto, Super Steve's Tires, and Diversified Rocket Coatings. Don't forget, juniors, the pizza and ice cream party is after the exhibition pass at the Junior Street tent at 8 o'clock. First bulbs are lit here, Isabella and Hunter. Double green for these two racers racing to the 8th mile. An 8.9 with an 0.74 miles an hour for Isabella, and an 8.9 with a 1.71 miles an hour for Hunter. Lincoln Shirk in the TCS lane. And Nick Bond in the Lordco lane. Nick Bond and Lincoln Shirk here are next two vehicles here in our junior exhibition pass. Side-by-side racing here, a 7.9 with a 381 miles an hour for Bond. 7.9 with an 881 for Shirk. Bentley Johnson and Colton Morin lining up for next two exhibition passes here in the juniors. Bentley Johnson in the TCS lane from Mission, sponsored by Lucas Oil and Bubba's Speed Shop. Warren taken at a 7.96, 82 miles an hour. Bentley Johnson a 9.02, 72 miles an hour. Now Now that is a beautiful gold shirt. I mean, I think I need that in my life. Wow. Snazzy. Debris Coons and CL Ganant. Couple ladies here. Emma's got her first ball blit, just waiting for CL. Ladies are off and running, double green. CL Ganat, 7.86, 83 miles an hour. Emma with a 7.97 at 81. Don't forget, if you are getting a little thirsty and you're looking for a wobbly pop, we have the beer gardens next to the tower. It's nice and shady and the best seat in the house. Belushi in the TCS lane. And McKenna Thompson in the Lordco lane. McKenna Thompson, unfortunately, going red here, and an 804, 81 miles an hour for Saeed Al-Belushi. We have Lexi Winterbottom in the Lordco lane going against Aiden Katnick in the TCS lane. After Aiden and Lexi will be moving into Junior Street. A reminder, all you juniors, the pizza and ice cream party starts at 8 p.m. Lexi going 03 red, 799, 81 miles an hour, and a 7.82, 82 for Aiden.
So that'll finish things off for Junior Dragster. Got Junior Street coming up to finish out the Peden Industries junior classes. Junior Street, pretty recent addition to the NHRA here with kids 13 to 16 years of age able to take a full-size car or truck down the racetrack as long as it passes technical inspection, and they have a fully licensed driver riding shotgun with them. You can see the cones going out in each respective lane to make sure to let the drivers know and make sure that they know where the staging beams are as they continue their journey up the ranks from junior dragsters into full-size drag racing competition. Well, you can see that the theme's running through even into Junior Street here for Peden Industries, and that is Tara and Monroe going for the Barbie pool party theme in the TCS side of the racetrack.
Come on, Barbie, let's go party. I'm a Barbie girl.
Yeah.
In a Barbie world, life is plastic. It's fantastic.
Well, that was actually requested by Taryn, and unfortunately for copyright issues, we couldn't actually play the song, so we forced you guys to listen to that rendition by the Tower staff. I know that's what you guys paid for. So Tyler Smith lined up and ready to go over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. And Tyler has got the car done up like Cinderella is kind of referencing here his mom posting on the Junior Street Instagram page the Wallflowers One Headlight song, because Tyler at one point went down the racetrack into Junior Dragster with only one headlight taped on it. Down at the top end of the racetrack, Taryn Monroe's going to get there first, 11:49 with a 3 at 60 miles an hour, and 11:43 with a 4 for Tyler. Over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane is your next pair in Junior Street, lined up and ready to go.
Wow, look at the decorations here on Sophia Getz's Junior Street car.
And Isaac Nierchelo over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane in the Pontiac Vibe. I think he was doing a dry hop there. As Sophia getting ready to bring the Mustang in, and Isaac over there taking the minivan out for a spin down the 8th mile. And again, you mentioned, Chrissy, that announcing with the Mopac Street Legals, we see all sorts of different cars out for the Mopac Street Legals events, but Junior Street, again, you can run pretty much anything as long as you got the licensed driver riding shotgun. Looks like the Mustang's going to get there first. Go figure on that one. As Sophia gets at the line, 10-12 with a 5 and 11:45 with a 6 for the minivan is your last Junior Street competitor. Lined up and ready to go, Richard Peterson. You saw his sister in competition in Junior Dragster. Richard graduating to Junior Street competition, and driving dad Keith's truck. Keith, of course, behind the West Coast Pro Modifieds, breaking out the 2023 Ford. So Richard Peterson, 129 light, is going to get to the finish line stripe to finish off Junior Street. In the Pro Power Management, Peterson Fabricating, stitches by Shireen Ford with a 980 with a 0 at 74 miles an hour. So race fans, give all of our junior competitors a round of applause here as they put on a show, giving you a taste of what you can see each and every weekend with the NHRA Summit ET Series here at Mission Raceway Park. Big thanks to everybody for coming out for them. And again, I think we got an ice cream party that we wanted to remind everybody about for all the competitors as well.
Absolutely. All juniors, you are invited to the pizza and ice cream party. It's located at the Junior Street tent at 8 o'clock, so in around 10 minutes. So be sure to make your way over there. Pizza and ice cream. I might make my way over there, let me tell you. Of course, you can always make your way over to the concession stand and see Clara. The concession stand is open till 9 o'clock. They've got some lovely poutine, I must say. Poutine, you know, it's a part of the spice of life, is it not? Absolutely.
Got to get the poutine. Also got to check out the food trucks. But don't check out the food trucks quite yet. The Hard Knocks stunt team just a few moments away from kicking off their stunt show, and just as soon as they are ready to go, we'll hand things over to the Hard Knocks stunt gang, getting ready for some sideways displays here as we get set to prep the track. You can see the tractor's already working, as we'll have Outlaw 275 qualifying coming up in just a few moments. So plenty more action, and of course, don't forget First Pro Modified qualifying session coming up, scheduled for 9 o'clock tonight, so a full night of racing action here at Mission Raceway Park, the Titanium Strip. All right, we're going to hand things over to the Hard Knocks stunt team.
All right, everybody, in seconds away, the Hard Knocks stunt team will come ripping around the corner to give you a stunt drifting demo. We will have Gaston Morrison and Alex Steins ripping through in just moments. And here they go. Put your eyes down to the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge as they go around the columns, turning left to go right or turning right to go left. Getting as tight as you can is the name of the game. The closer you get, the better the drifter you are. Alex driving the BMW, Gaston in that SCG built 240SX. And thank you to the Hard Knocks stunt team as they come ripping back in. Thank you to Action Tire for the tires they're burning up for your delight. Gaston Morrison in that SCG and Alex Steins in that BMW. Give it up for the drifters. I want to say thank you to TNT Motorsports, where champions are made. And Pro One USA, your stop for your racing and safety products.
And also, I think you guys are doing some ride-alongs tomorrow for the Variety Children's Charity as well. How can people get involved if they want to try and get in the passenger seat of one of these cars for some of the Hard Knocks runs tomorrow here at DOORWARZ?
Absolutely. Yes, tomorrow. Check out our Drift to Gift ride-alongs for charity. Head to our tent in the vendor area and sign up for a drifting ride-along. Just say hello to our Variety BC partners and they'll sign you up and give you a chance to be in the passenger seat. Variety, building a brighter tomorrow for a child who needs your help today. I'm James Michalopoulos. Thank you, everybody, and back to the show.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
At home with the live feed.
Blue Ford Ranger, the Vanishing One stunt team. And the wind light association here looking for that outside line. We are going to ramp it up big time from here. Expect pro competition.
really wouldn't be $500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome. Share the replay of that about Valley Tech Production Group. This is just the beginning, folks.
All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits, Outlaw 275. We need you guys to the staging lanes for your second qualifying session. Outlaw 275, we need you guys to the lanes for qualifying session number 2. And heading into that second session, currently Chris Gould leading the way with a 452 with an 8. Steve Skokin coming in the second spot here for qualifying for round number 2, 499 with a 1. So we'll see if anybody else can join those two currently in the 4-second zone. As again, things a little bit warm for the Outlaw 275 competitors, but Chris Gould laying down a very solid pass for the conditions with that 458 heading into round number 2 of qualifying. Of course, after this one more round of qualifying coming up tonight for the Outlaw 275 gang. And of course, full rotation of all the other West Coast Outlaw classes here at Mission Raceway Park. MDA Fabrication bringing us the Outlaw 275 division here for DOORWARZ as they did all of the 2023 season. Also new for 2023, you can make sure to download the Mission Raceway Park time slip app to get all of your time slips directly to your phones. You can also head to the Pro Shop right beside the Half Track Snack Shack, and they have a self-serve time slip kiosk that you can print out your time slips with, so make sure to head on over to that. Again, big thanks to everybody tuning in to Lordco Auto Parts live stream, and Lordco Auto Parts with over 100 locations across the province of British Columbia, your premier destination for all your high-performance needs. That is Lordco Auto Parts, giving us the live stream for the Titanium Auto Group strip here at Mission Raceway Park. You can go to the titaniumautogroup.ca for more information as we await Outlaw 275 to make their way to the staging lanes. Again, Outlaw 275, you have been called to the lanes for your second qualifying session.
If we have a gentleman on the property by the name of Wade Spencer Sweet. Wade Spencer Sweet. Mr. Sweet, can you make your way over to the tower, please? Wade Spencer Roland Sweet, to the tower, please. Don't forget, if you are an adult and, it's getting a little later in the evening and perhaps you'd like a cool, refreshing alcoholic beverage, we have the beer garden open here next to the tower. It's time to get refreshed. Discover the world of exceptional beverages at Jack's Beer and Wine Spirits. Jack's offers a vast selection of beer, wines, and spirits to satisfy every palate. Whether planning a special occasion, looking for a unique gift, or celebrating your raceway win, their knowledgeable staff is dedicated to helping you find your perfect product. From popular favorites to hidden gems, Jack's curates an impressive collection that caters to every taste and budget, including exclusive products you won't find anywhere else. It's located just minutes away at Mission Junctions. Jack's is your go-to destination for all your beverage needs. Visit today and experience the ultimate shopping experience. Of course, that is located in the mall across the street. I've been there several times myself. Sponsoring our beer gardens here, Jack's. Come on down and have a nice, cool refreshment. Love to see you here next to the tower.
Getting a look up there again on the instant replay on the big screen here and at home on the Lordco Auto Parts live stream of the Hard Knocks stunt team. Their little demonstration, taste of things to come coming up tomorrow here at DOORWARZ. And again, as they mentioned, you can head to their page for more information on how to get yourself a ride along. All the proceeds from that going to the Variety Children's Charity. So great support there from the Hard Knocks stunt team. Again, back tomorrow for some more action here at Mission Raceway Park. Also, I believe if they're still set up, AFD Petroleum and their quality lubricants. They've still got their trailer out there to check out their truck driving simulator. If they do have things closed up for the night, you can make sure to visit that tomorrow. AFD and their award-winning lubricants, quality solutions delivered. That is AFD, also with their Fury brand of race fuel. So lane's starting to fill up with Outlaw 275 competitors. As a few cars we didn't see in the first round of qualifying. Hopefully getting ready to line up and make a hit tonight as, again, track conditions continue to cool off for these small tire competitors, which it's so critical to have that extra track prep just so they can get hooked up and make sure that they can make the best pass that they possibly can. So, attention in the pits, limited street competitors. Limited street for Gulf and Fraser Financial. We need you guys to lanes 4 and 5. Limited street, we need you in the lanes. So again, Chris Gould sitting at the top of the qualifying ladder, heading into round number 2 of qualifying for Outlaw 275, brought to us by MDA Fabrication with that 458 with a 2. Steve Skokin sitting number 2 with 499 with a 1. And Tyler Levy sitting the number 3 spot with a 500 with a 3. So definitely some room for improvement at the top of the field. As again, we saw in the test and tune session last night, sometimes down in the high 440s and low 450s. So see what can happen here in round 2 of Outlaw 275 qualifying. Of course, J.R. Lazick last year at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder went into the 430s, 436 for Lazick. So definitely, again, as we mentioned, some room for improvement at the top. Again, with Chris Gould sitting as your number 1 qualifier at the moment with that 458, 160 miles an hour. Well, you can hear that we are ready to go for Outlaw 275 qualifying, and the first pair fired up and heading underneath of the bridge. So Mike Hawkins in the TCS side of the racetrack. Hawkins coming into round 2 qualifying after an aborted run with a 593 with a 4. And session number 1 over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, it is Jason Gagnon out of Kelowna at the Gen 3 Speed JS Power Sports Precision Concept Chevy Nova, 1970 Nova for Gagnon. If this thing hooks up, look for some big top-end speed out of the twin turbocharged machine. Gagnon currently sitting in the number 10 spot with a 634 with a 3, having to pedal his way out of the first session. So Nitrous, the power adder of choice for Hawkins out of Chilliwack, and Jason Gagnon again, the twin turbocharged Nova, looking to move way up the qualifying order. So Gagnon already pre-staged, is waiting on Hawkins to get guided into the beams. Hawkins, again, that car, no stranger to competition here at Mission Raceway Park. One last purge of the nitrous system before he flickers on that top bulb. Gagnon still waiting over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. That beautifully prepared Nova. Hawkins leaving a day and a half early, but it doesn't matter in qualifying, as a 4:53 for Jason Gagnon at 169 miles an hour. So Jason will go from the number 10 spot all the way up to the number 1 position in the Nova. So Jason Gagnon now your new number 1 qualifier. Mike Hawkins in the Malibu, 481 with a 152 miles an hour, will go up to the 3rd spot. Attention the pits, Outlaw Street. We need you to the lanes. Outlaw Street to the lanes, and last call, absolute last call for Outlaw 275 and limited street competitors. So Dan Rodrigue here in the TCS side of the racetrack, tower side, the Boo 1981 Malibu, purging the nitrous system. And again, as we like to mention, Dan runs a lot of nitrous to help out. That big block Chevy underneath the hood of the Kent Specialty Automotive Milron truck body. The Gray Metalworks machine. Rodrigue, your defending Outlaw 275 champion with the West Coast Outlaws, currently sitting in the number 9 position, getting knocked down 2 spots. Rodrigue carrying the front wheels, just touches him down at the 330-foot mark. How about a 454 with a 9? So Rodrigue into the number 2 position in the Boo. And getting a look at the instant replay, you can see him carrying the front end, yarding out the front end as the Rocket Coatings finish line cam capturing Rodrigue going across the finish stripe and putting in that 454 as Tyler Levy came in as the number 3 qualifier, but has since been tumbled down a few spots. For the racer out of Maple Ridge up against Rick McLeod, and Rick usually racing his Dodge Dart, unfortunately wounding the Dart and having to break out the backup wagon. So McLeod out here just running to try and get some points for the West Coast Outlaw Series for the overall points championship, getting those qualifying points and hopefully a round point when it comes to eliminations. And Tyler Levy getting ready to bump in the boosted Mustang in the TCS side. So McLeod rolls through the beams, won't get a time, and Levy pretty much straight after he got in the throttle, spins up the tires and coasts his way to a 10.63. So Levy will reside with that 5.003 from round number 1 of qualifying as his best run heading into round 3 of qualifying. And up next, your next pair, Parm Jawanda over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. I believe Matt Robert, who we saw earlier in Outlaw Street competition. Matt has been getting some serious airtime in the Camaro at Airdrie, Alberta. And Parm Jawanda back for run number 2. Jawanda coming in with a 5.31 with an 8 at 150 miles an hour after session number 1. And that thing can go well quicker than that. The Night Shift Mustang for Jawanda Motorsports. Jawanda's strong launch. We'll see what the Fox body can do as Matt Roberts' problems off the line. And Jawanda improving with a 4.84 with an 8 at 159 miles an hour. So Matt Robert again having some problems leaving the line of the Camaro and the TCS side of the racetrack. But Parm Jawanda, big time improvement for Parm. 4.84 with an 8. So Jordan Brandon, your defending DOORWARZ winner in the 2000 Chevy Camaro with the LS turbocharged LS power plant, getting ready to back up from the burnout. So Brandon backing up from the burnout in that Camaro, and Jordan running a 5.14 with an 8. Big mile an hour, 158 miles an hour, but Jordan having to pedal it on his run in the Lordco Auto Parts lane in his first qualifying attempt of the DOORWARZ weekend. So Brandon being brought into the beams, trying to get a run that this car is capable of on the board. Looking promising so far. Jordan Brandon, 4.41 with a 1 at 171 miles an hour. And you have obviously got yourselves a new #1 qualifier by over a 1/10. At the top, Jordan Brandon with top speed of the meet in Outlaw 275 as well at 171 miles an hour to the 8th mile. Your next pair, Steve Skokin, TCS side of the racetrack, Chris Gould. So Chris Gould backing up from the burnout, and again, Chris with his 4.58 with a 2. Came in as the #1 qualifier, has since been knocked down a few spots. Steve Skokin, former DOORWARZ winner, the TCS side of the racetrack. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Real Street, we need you guys to lanes 1 and 2. Again, Gerry's OK Tire, Real Street. We need you guys to lanes 1 and 2. So again, Steve Skokin, TCS side up against Chris Gould over there. Turbocharger versus Procharger. Skokin trying to step up the program after a 4.99, blows the tires off in the hit, and Chris Gould runs it through to a 4.54 with a 7, improving on round number 1 of qualifying for Gould. As Steve Skokin again blowing the tires off at the hit with that 5.54 with a 9 for the racer out of Surrey. So, Tyler Bodke from Rochester, Washington, his 1992 Ford Mustang, the Bodke-built racing machine. Backing up from the burnout. See Nick Duda behind Tyler's machine. So Jordan Brandon at the top with that 441 solid run from Jordan Brandon. Unfortunately, last night, seen some carnage in the test session. Kurt Thompson in his 68 Camaro, the runner-up last year at Door Wars, unfortunately wounding the motor. And Justin Glant punching a hole in the side of the block, unfortunately, in his machine, the Streetcars Super Nationals winner from last year. As Tyler Bodke getting brought into the beams. Tyler coming into the session. Best run from session number 1, 5.008. Currently, 5 thousandths of a second behind Tyler Levy in the Battle of the Tylers. As Tyler's car, when he went to spool it up and bump it into that stage beam, unfortunately, sounds like it's died on him. You can see some smoke coming out from underneath the hood of Bodke's machine. So the crew seeing if they can get that car fired up. So Bodke once again with the driver's side door open, so some problems in the starting line for Tyler Bodke. Again, the racer coming from Rochester, Washington, up here to run at Door Wars, MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275. And unfortunately, looks like they're going to have to push that car off of the starting line. So very tough break for what looks to be final car in Outlaw 275 qualifying as we get ready to head into Limited Street for Gulf and Fraser Financial. So Tyler Bodke not getting in a qualifying run. Jordan Brandon will come out of the session as your new number 1 qualifier in the Chevy Camaro with a 441 at over 170 miles an hour, putting him at the top as we get ready to head into Limited Street. So your qualifying order for Outlaw 275 as it stands right now. Jordan Brandon at the top with a 441 with a 1, with Jason Gagnon back there in the number 2 spot with a 453 with a 3. Chris Gould sitting in the number 3 position with a 554 with a 7. Dan Rodrigue in the number 4 slot with a 454 with a 9, 2 thousandths of a second behind Gould. As here comes the first pair, either the first car, yes, the first pair, into the water box for Limited Street qualifying round number 2. Max Nielsen currently at the top of the qualifying order with a 525 with a 2. And Vanessa Richards, the TCS lane, right behind Max, sitting in the number 2 spot qualifying with a 535 with a 6 at 131 miles an hour. So Max Nielsen out of Sturgeon, Alberta. And Vanessa Richards in the Lordco Auto Parts lane from Kelowna. Your defending Door Wars winner in the Limited Street category. And your defending West Coast Outlaws Limited Street champion. Y50 Mustang again coming into second round of qualifying with the best run of a 533 with a 6 at 131 miles an hour and sitting behind the man in the other lane, Max Nielsen. Big time here for Vanessa Richards in the Hawaii 5.0 Mustang. Looks like it's on a pass. How about a 5.16 with a 0 at 133 miles an hour? And you got yourself a new #1 qualifier in the form of Vanessa Richards. Now at the top, Max Nielsen 5.21 with a 1 is going to go better than his run from round #1 of qualifying, and unfortunately gets knocked back to the #2 spot. As Vanessa Richards now at the top with a wheel-standing 5.16 with a 0 at 133 miles an hour for the nitrous-assisted Ford-powered Ford Mustang. Well, getting ready for the next pair is again Matt Black is rolled on in to the water box with his 1994 Jeep Cherokee. Matt from Kelowna, Justin Lee out of Langley, the ragtop fox-bodied Mustang over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. So Justin Lee, who's been going through the licensing process this weekend, getting brought into the beams. Justin, round #1 of qualifying, ran a 5.95 with an 8 at 118 miles an hour. Canada West Doorslammers, we need you to lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Canada West Doorslammers, lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5 for round #2 of qualifying. So here we go, Matt Black, as Lee leaves before the tree's activated. And there goes the wheel-standing Cherokee. Matt Black bringing her back to terra firma after going skyward. 643 with a 7 at 116 miles an hour. Get a look at that up on the instant replay on the big screen. Matt Black getting some hang time in the Cherokee. And that is the only wheel-standing Jeep Cherokee you will see on the property. I can guarantee you that this weekend. Chris McGraw in the TCS side of the racetrack, and Flipper, his Ford Mustang, the 1990 Fox-bodied machine, up against William Wood out of Langley with some small block Ford poking out from underneath the hood of his Mustang, a little bit of nitrous just for added measure. McGraw finishing 3rd last season in the West Coast Outlaw Limited Street Point standings. Had some problem at DOORWARZ last year and actually had to bring out the Street Mustang to race in round #1 of eliminations. How about a 5.41 with a 4 for Chris McGraw? William Wood getting to the stripe with a 5.75 with a 5, 121 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, West Coast Pro Modified. This is your 30-minute standby call. 30-minute standby call for West Coast Pro Modified. All right, next pair getting lined up and ready to go. It is going to be Bobby Ehlers in the TCS side of the racetrack up against Josh Collin in the Mercury wagon. Ehlers electing to skip session #1 earlier today as Josh Collin getting ready for his second hit in the Mercury over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Colin running a 570 with a 2 at 122 miles an hour and just completing his licensing yesterday during the test and tune session. Had to run the full quarter mile to get that competition license. Ran that thing deep into the nines. Colin kind of blasting the tires off of the Mercury at the top end. Bobby Ehlers off the gas just before the stripe. 665 with a 2 at 103 miles an hour. And Josh Colin, 7 flat with a 9 at 115 miles an hour. So the Gibsons back up. Looks like something coming off of one of the cars down there. So a quick check of the track, as there you can see one of the track crew, the starting line crew heading out there in one of the quads just to make sure that there are no debris on the racetrack, or there is no debris on the racetrack. So switching up the lanes for the Gibson pairing, Justin, the TCS side of the racetrack this time, up against Jason over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. And Jason, fortunately, going up into tire smoke pretty much on the hit, 979, coasting his way down the racetrack. Looks like they are picking something up off the racetrack just past the 8th mile mark down there. So just a tiny bit of a delay while they make sure that everything is cleared and good to go in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. So Justin Gibson came into this session in the number 5 spot with a 567 with a 6. Still sits in the number 5 position. So again, Gulf and Fraser Financial stepping up to sponsor Limited Street. Join the credit union that can power your possible. That is Gulf and Fraser Financial. It's up there on the big screen. You're getting kind of a look at what the drivers are seeing, looking straight into the sun down Mission Raceway Park and the Titanium Strip. As the sun continuing to set here, and again, the track's still going to get cooler as the night goes on. So here we go, Justin Gibson getting ready to turn on that top bulb. The TCS side of the racetrack up against Jason Gibson. Got the win in Seattle. Kick off the season. Jason still having problems in the orange Fox body. Justin Gibson, though, no problems. 530 at 129 miles an hour. So Justin looks like he'll move up to the number 3 position in the qualifying order. Wheels up launched. Unfortunately, Jason going to have to go back and do his homework. Come back for round number 3. So that will conclude Limited Street qualifying session number 2 with Vanessa Richards now at the top with a 516. And we'll turn things over to Chrissy for some Outlaw Street competition.
Thank you. Rolling into the West Coast Outlaw Street here at DOORWARZ 11. Second round of qualifying here. Tom Turand is our in number 1 place in qualifying, followed by Rob Monroe. So, number 1 and 2 in qualifying, lining up here, Tom Turand on the bike in the Kraken 2017 GSXR, going against Rob Monroe Sr., 1931 Ford, running a 414 small block Chev, sponsored by White Knuckle Racing and Gibson Racing. Tom, a 5.50 at 129 miles an hour, 5.63 at 121 for Rob. Tom keeping his place in the number one qualifying with that 5.50. Matt Marshall here in the TCS lane from Hazelton, BC. 1991 Chevy running a 502, sponsored by River Hideaway Ventures Limited. Going against Corey Craig from Chilliwack in the 05 Suzuki. The Hayabusa by Corey Craig, 5.67, 134 miles an hour. Matt Marshall, a 7.50 at 88. All right, first pair of Gerry's OK Tire Real Street vehicles. Acadian in the Lordco lane, the Mach 1 Mustang in the TCS side. .82 at 99 miles an hour for the Lordco side, 7.69 at 91 in the TCS side. Joel Smith here in the 71 Pontiac Ventura, sponsored by Gerry's OK Tire, RPM Alignment, and Zap Strap Racing. Scott in the TCS lane in Snoop, 1991 Mustang. Real Street here at DOORWARZ 11. Racing to the quarter mile, it's a 10.34 at 133 miles an hour for Joel Smith. 10.52 at 128 for Scott. Single pass here, it's Robert Unger from Langley. 1966 Chevelle with a 505 big block Chev he calls Daisy. Second round of qualifying here in West Coast Real Street. Sponsored by Gerry's OK Tire, a 10.50 at 128 miles an hour for Robert. All right, looks like we are done with those classes. Just a little track prep.
So looks like, again, as Christy mentioned, that's going to wrap up Gerry's OK Tire Real Street action. Quick drag of the track and a little bit of spray to put down before we head off with Pro Street. Nick Duda, the lone representative, back for qualifying session number 2. Nick running into the 420s with his 10.5 tired 63 Corvette with some turbochargers slapped onto that small block Chevy. And back behind him, we got a full field of Canada West Doorslammers presented by Paradise Homes. So going to be a great night continuing on of racing here at Mission Raceway Park. So again, Nick Duda coming up in his Outlaw 10.5 Corvette, and then followed by a full field of Canada West Doorslammers. All the action presented by Paradise Homes and construction and development as well. Big thanks to Paradise Homes, founded in 2001 by two local businessmen over there in Vancouver Island. Paradise Homes is an all-inclusive real estate development firm that works from the beginning to the end on their products, and they have successfully designed and built many single-family homes, duplexes, townhouses, and condominiums. You'll see Rod LeClaire, co-owner of Paradise Homes, in Doorslammer competition coming up. But again, just a quick bit of track prep, and then we will get back into racing action here for the Friday night at Door Wars at the Titanium Strip here at Mission Raceway Park. And of course, Door Wars action brought to us by Titanium Auto Group. Also, if you're here on Sunday, make sure to check out the Racers for Christ non-denominational chapel service. It'll be on the 3rd floor of the timing tower. Chaplain Gerry Lucky, who we heard Gerry on the mic here earlier this afternoon for the test session. Gerry's going to be back for the RFC non-denominational chapel service. That is coming up Sunday morning at 8 a.m. for anybody wanting to partake. And Gerry, being a racer, of course, will have that done before the first lane call to get things started on Sunday for eliminations here at Door Wars.
Of course, the fabulous beer gardens here is open, sponsored by Jack's next to the tower. It's fully shaded now. It's the best seat in the house. Come on down and have a nice, cool refreshment if you're over the age of 19 here at the beer garden sponsored by Jack's.
Also, if you want to grab yourself something to eat at the Half Track Snack Shack, their last call is going to be at 9 o'clock. So 9 o'clock, the Half Track Snack Shack is closing. Canada West Doorslammers also like to thank fine folks at Winter Harbor Marine and RV, the title sponsor for the Doorslammers in 2023, as well as Artex Racing. Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, VP Race Fuel Distributor. Paradise Homes, of course, sponsoring this weekend's racing action. Associated Tire and Auto, as well as Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing. Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, the Titanium Auto Group, and Travelland RV.
We'd like to wish Tristan a very happy 15th birthday. Happy birthday, Tristan. Why don't you come on up to the tower here and see Debbie, because we have a special little gift for you. Happy birthday, Tristan. Come on up to the tower.
So again, just into some scheduled track prep at the moment. As you can see, the tractor's getting the track prepared for our one Pro Street competitor, Nick Duda, and then a full field of Canada West Doorslammers lined up and ready to go. Looks like we actually have two of our Pro Street competitors lined up and ready to go. Getting ready to take on the 8th mile here at Mission Raceway Park. So plenty of action. Then, of course, after that, a little bit more track grooming to do. Then we've got the Pro Mods coming out for their first hit. Top Fuel Harleys making their first run. Pro Mods scheduled to take to the track at roughly around 9 o'clock. This looks like might be just a little bit past that. As we're getting a look down there at some of the stunt show preparation from Gaston Morrison and the gangs with Hard Knock Stunts down there at the road course. You can probably see the smoke, but you can at least see it on the Lordco Auto Parts big screen there that Gaston's doing some practice for the upcoming stunt show. Once again, you can head on down to the West Coast Pro Modified's tent and check out the West Coast Pro Modified merchandise they have on display down there, t-shirts and everything, as well as head to the Pro Shop and get yourself your official Door Wars merchandise at the Pro Shop right across from the Half Track Snack Shack, which is about 10 minutes away from closing up shop. So make sure to head on down, grab yourself something to eat quickly, or we have a big rest of our evening planned here at Mission Raceway Park. ready to go here in just a few moments. I believe waiting for the sun to come down just a little bit more so it's not in the driver's eyes. So they head down the racetrack. So two pro street competitors lined up and ready to go before Canada West Doorslammers. So still a few moments out. Some of the crews checking track conditions down there. You can relay that back to the team still in the pits. Again, the Pro Mods will be coming up here shortly after the Doorslammer session. Quite a large field. We had 42 cars in the first session. I already see a few different cars that we didn't see in round number 1 of qualifying. Coming up for round number 2, you saw Brody Shirk unfortunately having to idle his way down the racetrack. And just like that, looks like we are ready to go. Tom Tarrant in the Suzuki. Attempt number 2 successful on Tom's last name pronunciation. So finishing off Real Street, again, the 1199 index class. So here we go. Looks like we'll sneak in one final pair again. A Real Street is Rob Monroe, Sr., in the TCS lane, 1931 Ford Model A out of Langley, up against Tom Tarrant in the Suzuki. And the rider and driver competing in 2 classes, so a little bit delayed getting back through the pits, making sure that their respective vehicles are cooled down enough and ready to go for their second qualifying hit in Real Street, presented by Gerry's OK Tire for the weekend. Here at Mission Raceway Park is getting ready. Monroe wheels up launch. Tarrant, solid 60-foot numbers as they get down to the top end of the racetrack, and it is just going to be the Suzuki with an 860 with a 2 at 156 miles an hour and 886 with a 0, 149 miles an hour for Rob Monroe out of Langley over that TCS side of the racetrack, and that will officially wrap up. Well, no, we'll sneak one more in. Scott Warden out of the Okanagan in his 1953 Chevy pickup. Very cool patinaed machine, ran a 10:03 in his final test hit of the day earlier on this afternoon. Now the conditions have cooled off, we'll see what Scott can do. Again, the Pro Tree here for Real Street competition with all 3 amber lights blinking on simultaneously as opposed to the Sportsman Tree with each individual light blinking down. And deep into the 9s, 989 with an 8 at 134 miles an hour for Scott Warden. So Scott in the 53 Chevy pickup, another solid run there for Scott, and solid 9-second pass. His first 9-second run of the weekend is now, I will not announcer's curse myself, that is officially the end of Gerry's Tire. Gerry's OK Tire, rather. Real Street. And here comes Pro Street. So Nick Duda is lined up and ready to go here as we'll try and get the big screen back up and running. The folks at Valley Tech are working hard to get that problem rectified. As you can imagine, with trying to get that thing up and running, you can see all the wires coming out from underneath of it, all the technology. They have their little broadcast studio temporary on site there and that little C-can right beside it. But Nick Duda currently in the water box right now in that 1963 Corvette out of Langley, BC. It's a quick check of the starting line. Nick running on, usually runs an Outlaw 10.5. Still got the 10.5 tires in the back of his machine. And we mentioned during 2021, Nick decided to run in the Pro Mod class here at DOORWARZ and actually took out the race win. So Nick Duda winning DOORWARZ 9 here at Mission Raceway Park. Nice big smoky burnout to get some heat and clean off those Mickey Thompson slicks in the back of Nick Dudaw's machine. As he'll engage reverse and back up for the burnout, just stopping shy of the 330-foot cone. From Alberta, your second Pro Street competitor, lined up and ready to go in this 2000 Chevy S10. Getting backed up for the burnout, and Bree has had some pretty nice runs, some pretty big airtime with the front wheels in the S10. She'll be the second competitor to try and put down a qualifying run here in Pro Street. So Inline Sales and Services Limited giving us Pro Street action here at DOORWARZ as the sun is now set behind the trees, track conditions cooling off, and Bree King getting ready for her first qualifying run. Big time wheelie for Bree, putting her on the back bumper. 496 with a 6 at 145 miles an hour. For Bree in the TCS lane. Again, getting a look at the instant replay and a big amount of hang time from those front tires as Bree runs through the TCS side of the racetrack with that solid 496. Here we go for round number 2 of qualifying for the Canada West Doorslammers, presented by Paradise Homes and Construction. So Mark Thompson out of Coldstream. On the TCS side of the racetrack, that 54 Studebaker. And Dave Warren from right here in Mission, the Blue Max 62 Chevy Bel Air. And the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. And again, Dave, a very experienced competitor in fast door car racing here in the Pacific Northwest. Mark Thompson took a little bit of time off from racing last year. Didn't quite hit up as many events as we're used to seeing Mark out here at Mission Raceway Park and Canada West Doorslammer competition. Back in full force in the beautiful Marvel Racing 54 Studebaker. Big block Chevy for Thompson. Another big block over far side of the racetrack for Dave Warren. 632 cubic inches. Naturally aspirated power plant for Warren. Back in the day, experimented with some nitrous, then went back to the naturally aspirated combination. And Mark Thompson, all motor, 598 cubic inches, a big block Chevy under the hood. Thompson carrying it through to the top end and runs a 7:54 with a 182 miles an hour. As Dave Warren goes a 784 with an O at 171 miles an hour over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane for the Impalas. You got to look at that in the instant replay up on the big screen. So Thompson coming in the number 8 spot with that 7:59 from run number 1 and improving with a 7:54 on run number 2. So not moving up position-wise, keeping him in the number 8 spot, but improving on his ET. Adam DeYoung in the TCS lane, Towers side, his 1967 Chevy Camaro for Artex Racing up against former Doorslammer champion Scott Robinson in his 1994 Chevy Beretta, the AFD Petroleum, Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque, AccuCut Lasers sponsored machine. Robinson, 771 in round number 1 of qualifying, improves on that with a 768 with a 4, 177 miles an hour. Adam DeYoung, an 850 with the 1 at 157 in the Camaro. So getting ready for the next pair. DeYoung with a slight improvement from the first round of qualifying. Mike Kenworth from Arlington, Washington, his 1992 Pontiac Firebird. TCS lane, and Lane Woolley in the 1970 Duster. Woolley with 678 cubic inches of Mopar power for his 1970 Duster, brought to us by Bucky's Mini Excavating, and a special thanks to the gang at Token Fiberglass up against Mike Kenworth again. One of the first guys from down in Washington State to come back to race Mission Raceway Park as soon as the border kind of opened up last year, with Illusion Motorsports and Speed Mart helping out. And if you're a sprint car racing fan, you know that Speed Mart down in Burlington, Washington helps out a lot. Sprint car racers, but has a full supply of Go Fast parts. Mike Kenworth putting some of those to good use in the Pontiac Firebird on the TCS side of the racetrack. So Lane Woolley gets to the stripe first with a 769 with a 177 miles an hour, and 852 with a 260 miles an hour for Mike Kenworth over there on TCS side of the racetrack. Both cars, and we'll pause for burnouts. So I was going to say is John DeYoung, completely roasts the rear tires off of the back of the Artex Racing 68 Camaro, carrying it out to the 330-foot mark with that burnout. How'd you like that TCS lane from John DeYoung, laying down a patch and killing every mosquito on the property? DeYoung, as we mentioned when he made his first qualifying hit, was supposed to be in West Coast Pro Modified action this weekend. Unfortunately, wounded the bullet in his supercharged 68 Chevy Camaro in Pro Modified action. Fortunately, in the trailer, had his Canada West Doorslammer 68 Camaro, pulled that down. It is currently your number 1 qualifier with a 666 with a 2. Paul Breed Jr. in the Lordco Auto Parts lane in the Corvette, 662. DeYoung quicker still in his second run of the evening at 209.99 miles an hour. So DeYoung still at the top and improves on his elapsed time. Now a 6:62, topping the Canada West Doorslammer field. So here we go with Dale Phillips over there from Chetwynd in his 67 Shelby Mustang up against Howie Winkle. Winkle rolling through the beams in the first session, so not getting a time for the driver out of Abbotsford in his 55 Bel Air. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We'll wait for these two cars to go down the racetrack. Dale Phillips getting to the stripe first, 776 with a 0. Howie Winkle an 824-1 to put him in the field. Attention to the pits, West Coast Pro Modified, lanes 5 and 6. West Coast Pro Modified, lanes 5 and 6. Jan Christensen. Try that again. Jan Christensen. It works better when you enunciate. In the TCS side of the racetrack, up against Paul Stretch. Stretch out of Duncan, the O2 Cavalier. Through 638 cubic inches of big block Chevy, courtesy of the folks at Mid-Island Race Engines. And Jan Christensen out of Langley, the El Gringo. And again, Jan has got 3 cars in the property. He's got a dragster that he was running earlier, had the ex-Drew Skillman Pro Stock Camaro, but keeps going back to this old Chevy. Says that is one of his favorite cars that he owns. Jan already pre-staged, went on Paul Stretch to go in the Cavalier. So Paul Stretch getting to the stripe first with a 7:24 with an O, 191 miles an hour. 8:59 with an 857 miles an hour for Jan Christensen in the Nova.
Andy Hatton in the TCS lane, 1969 Camaro. He calls the Grinch. Andy's from Langley, sponsored by Bubba's Speed Shop, Titanium Auto Group, and Taves Roofing. Going against Blake Miller from Langford. 1967 Camaro, running a 621 big block Chev. Sponsored by Cyril's Auto Repair. It's Andy Hatton and Blake Miller. Almost side-by-side racing there, 8.27 for Andy Hatton at 161 and 8.38 at 164 Blake Miller. Doorslammer action here. Canada West Doorslammers at DOORWARZ 11. Tons of Doorslammers, and of course, after a little bit of track prep, we'll be going into our Pro Mod class. Don't forget to go over to the West Coast Pro Mod merch booth. I just bought myself a really cool hoodie. Super cool hoodies, t-shirts, everything there. West Coast Pro Mod booth right next to the Badass Garage. Henry Zacharias from Surrey racing that 1953 Corvette with a 660. 178 miles an hour for Henry Zacharias. Still 200 slower than his previous pass. Next up, we've got Jason Field. Jason Field in that 71 Chevy Nova, running a 632 pump gas motor, sponsored by Ritchie's Racing Engines, Greenlight Auto Sales, and Induction Solutions. It's going against Grant Scott in the 2001 Camaro, running a 565. Special thanks to Bubba's Speed Shop. Jason Field, TCS lane. Scott Grant in the Lordco lane. Some definite tire shake for Scott Grant. And Jason Field an 8.26 at 164. Scott at 8.14 at 167 with a 0.22 reaction time.
So Dale Jansen, TCS side of the racetrack, that beautiful 66 Acadian Canso that is street legal, if you can believe it. Over in the far side of the racetrack, Lordco Auto Parts lane, that is Brad Powell, one of our Washington State competitors from Linden, Washington, his 1967 Chevelle, and the battle of the mid-60s GM products. Jansen hauling the mail, and the Canso gets to the top end with a 783 with a 573 miles an hour and a 845 with a 3 at 158 miles an hour for Brad Powell. The racer out of Linden, Washington, as backing up from the burnout, you can see on the big screen the orange and purple 37 Chevy of Grant Howell from Victoria over on the island. 632 cubic inches of Sunset Race Engines power underneath the hood of Grant Howell's machine. Devin Jansen, also with big block power, 565 cubic inches of big block Chevy, propelling his 1970 Nova down the racetrack. We saw Devin's dad, Dale, making a pass in the TCS lane just before his son, as they get ready for their second run of the Door Wars weekend. Grant Howell 764.8 at 176 miles an hour. But how about the reaction time, man? If he can keep that up for eliminations with a 005 light on the tree for Howell. Devin Jansen, a 857 with a 6, 153 miles an hour for Jansen, as backing up from the burnout now on the TCS side of the racetrack. That is Ray Bollinger. Out of Maple Ridge is 1969 Camaro, the Speed Tech Just Mechanical sponsored machine. And Brody Shirk, who, since we had such a long line in the staging lanes, had to idle all the way around the racetrack to get into the correct lineup in the qualifying order in his 1967 Chevy Nova. So here we go, Ray Bollinger, again finishing the licensing process in his Camaro yesterday against Brody Shirk, part of the Titanium Motorsports crew. Even side by side to the top end of the racetrack, 828 with an 8 at 163 miles an hour for Ray Bollinger. Brody Shirk, a 837 with a 2. As still making our way through the Canada West Doorslammer field. Still more cars in the lanes. as Steve McKenzie is up next. McKenzie Racing 1987 Chevy Cavalier. Steve running an 890 on the first pass of the day and trying to get his way past that 870 required run for the Canada West Doorslammers. Some more wheels up action is Steve McKenzie heading towards the top end and 700ths short at the stripe. 877 with one at 156 miles an hour. So McKenzie needing to run that 870 and not quite able to make it into the field yet.
Corey Stewart in the TCS lane from Campbell River. It's 1955 Chevy Bel Air running a 622. Going against Mike Bedsworth from Marysville, Washington. One of our American friends up here to play with us. Love to see those guys up. 96 Cutlass. Here in the Canada West Doorslammers class. Lots of racing actions, folks. Pro mods coming up shortly. We will be here late into the night racing, and the beer gardens, you guys, is just getting hopping. If you need to have a little drink, come on down the beer gardens. Best seat in the house. Problems for Mike Bedsworth off the line here in the Lordco lane. Just gonna idle down the track here. Second round of qualifying for the Doorslammers. An 8.20 at 161 for Corey Stewart.
So here we go with our next pair. Has got a good look at the rebuild on Derek Shirk's 1955 Bel Air. The TCS side of the racetrack. Again, we mentioned in Derek's first run of the day that, well, last time he was here, the titanium strip, unfortunately that car was upside down. And in the few weeks since that happened, getting that car rebuilt and out here for DOORWARZ. As you can imagine, with having to work pretty much straight through on that race car to get it rebuilt and ready to go, not quite time to finish up the paint. So we're calling it the Battle Wagon Bel Air for the weekend. For Derek Shirk, your defending DOORWARZ winner for the first day of DOORWARZ back in 2022 in the Friday portion of the program. Paul Soares making the trip all the way down from Terrace over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane in his 1995 Pontiac. Derek Shirk, strong run, good light, 022, 726 at 187 for Derek. So 726 with a 9, 187 miles an hour. We'll move him up in the qualifying order. Is Paul Soares running a 799 with a 5, just cracking into the 7-second bracket at 170 miles an hour, just by 5 thousandths of a second, as a matter of fact, into the 5 seconds, rather the 7-second bracket. So looks like a few more pairs, at least one more pair, then a single after that. And I already see the pro mods making their way around the tower to the head of the staging area. Well, here comes Zach Joyce as he makes his way around the 1948 Austin. As Zach rolling into the water box, getting ready for the burnout. Zach and his dad before him running this car frequently with the Canada West Doorslammers. And of course, all the action this weekend brought to us by Paradise Homes. Looks like Zach is going to wrap up qualifying. Looks like we got one more car sneaking around the tower, though. So, Zach Joyce out of Langley, Mopar-powered Austin, with all the aerodynamic properties of a brick. Those Austins in So Rod Leclerc backing up from the burnout in that 1967 Camaro. Again, Rod, 598 rather cubic inches of power underneath the hood of that machine with a little bit of nitrous assistance. Rod from Victoria, and as Gerry was pointing out earlier, you can see in the back wing the 2 cans of Lucky Lager. Salute in Vancouver Island on the back of Rod Leclerc's machine. New wrap for that car. It used to be blue from the time that Rod purchased that machine, but switching it up with the black and the red for 2023 as he purges the nitrous system and gets ready to bring it into the beams. So you can see the tractors lined up and ready to go just for a quick spray and drag of the racetrack, and then we'll have West Coast Pro Modified action, but Rod Leclerc finishing off Canada West Doorslammers. You can see the nitrous flames out of the pipe, 677 with a 203 miles an hour for Rod Leclerc out of Victoria in that 67 Camaro. So Rod Leclerc finishing off his qualifying run in style, improving from round number 1 of qualifying with that 677.5. But it'll be still John DeYoung at the top of Canada West Doorslammer qualifying for Paradise Homes Canada West Doorslammers. So a 662, putting DeYoung at the top of the heap. As again, a little bit of track prep, and Pro Mods are in the lanes, ready to go as soon as the tractors clear after that top fuel Harley. Lined up and ready to go after the West Coast Pro Modifieds get done with their first qualifying session. All right, so looks like the beer garden is going to be wrapping things up at about 9:45, so in 15 minutes. So we'll ask that everybody finish up their beverages in the beer garden and kindly exit the beer gardens around 9:45. So we'll be clearing that out again in about 15 minutes. So enjoy your last beverage over there at the Jack's Beer Garden. Big thanks to everybody that stepped up to get that back here at Mission Raceway Park.
is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
Folks at home with the live feed.
The little Ford Ranger, the vanishing lone stunt team. And the win light. Association here looking for that outside line. We are going to ramp it up big time from here. Expect road competition of beauty.
$2,500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome. Share the replay of that about Valley Tech Production. This is just the beginning, folks.
All right, up here with Keith Peterson with West Coast Pro Modifieds. Keith, full field of Pro Mods in the staging lanes right now. What can we expect from qualifying session one? We've seen some pretty impressive test laps over the course of the weekend so far as well.
Well, if test laps counted for records, we'd have broken everything we have already. Mission Raceway may count what's been happening as a Mission Raceway record already. West Coast Pro Mods, it needs to happen in a qualifying pass. However, the air is getting better by the minute. We've already seen 60s from Khaled Al-Balushi, Bahrain 1 car earlier today. First hit on the racetrack. I mean, don't get shy about the track not being there first thing in the morning around Mission Raceway. The titanium strip was on kill from the very first pass this morning.
And we should say that also most of those passes made in the heat of the day, of course, with Test and Tune kind of closing up at 4 o'clock for you guys on Thursday and then wrapping up around 4 o'clock as well today.
Absolutely. And it's not just the Bahrain 1 cars breaking into the 70s. We've had the WPI Nitrous crew, Scott Blake down in the 70s, low 80s already. Jordan Lazick with the 24/7 car down in the low 80s as well. He's only made the one hit. I can't wait to see what that bunker's going to do. He is famous for carrying the wheels past the 330 before he sets them down. So I hope everybody's got their cameras out and ready to hit replay on this live feed over and over again when this field of Pro Mods comes up.
And Jordan, your first guy to 200 miles per hour at the full-blown frenzy a few weeks ago at Pacific Raceways as well.
That's right. For the West Coast Pro Mods, we haven't had a Pro Mod in the 200s until that he went 200 twice in eliminations, once in qualifying, once in eliminations, down at full-blown frenzy. We are, in fact, not done those eliminations. Just like the West Coast Outlaws today, it will be running their final round here shortly from the full-blown frenzy. So will we tomorrow. We have a semifinal and a final to run to finish off our full-blown frenzy from Pacific Raceways earlier this year at the O'Reilly Parks. Like you said, full-blown frenzy, it's a lot of fun.
So we can see up there on the Lordco Auto Parts live stream, the big screen up here at Mission Raceway Park, that your Pro Mods are lined up and ready to go, and right at the head of the staging lanes are the two Bahrain 1 racing cars, Khaled Al-Balushi and Justin Bond. And Bond breaking out the Outlaw Pro Mod for this weekend, the 68 Camaro. And Khaled was telling me in the pits that he's got the backup car all done up. They made some changes in the gearing department, and I believe with the blower to try and get that thing to bump up the ETs a little bit here in the 8th mile.
That's right. So they had both of these drivers went down to the World Series of Pro Mod, presented by Drag Illustrated. Wes Buck put on that amazing show where over 60 Pro Mods showed up. The entire 32-car field within a tenth of a second down in the 60s. An amazing show, and both Khaled and Justin were part of that show down there. And both of these cars, that's the cars that they ran down there. Now, yeah, they set them up for NHRA so they could keep them as backup cars, but it was quick and easy for them to turn them back into outlaw cars, and they're up here at the Titanium Strip ready to run DOORWARZ 11.
And of course, Justin having a great season so far in NHRA Fuel Tech Pro Modified competition with 3 NHRA national event wins to his credit already adding to his impressive wins total from the last few years that he has been running. Of course, getting his first NHRA national event win back in the COVID year of 2020 down at Houston, which is unfortunately closed now with the Spring Nationals that were delayed till October. But still a few more passes of the tractors down here. And Keith, I know you guys got your merchandise table set up as well, kind of close to where the half-track snack shack is and the washrooms in between there and the pit side grandstands as well.
Yeah, we're set up right behind the pit side grandstands. We've got the Chop My Rate merch discount going on. $10 off every T-shirt, every hoodie. All you got to do is scan the QR code, fill out the little short survey, and you'll get $10 off each piece of merchandise, T-shirt, hoodie. Just fill that out. We've got debit, credit, all that sort of good jazz. Go and see the fine young ladies down there, and they'll help you out. So yeah, grab a T-shirt once this, but I wouldn't go anywhere quite yet.
No, not T-shirt time yet. Still plenty of time throughout the weekend here at Mission Raceway Park to get those. But again, a big thanks to your guys' sponsors. I know you got Pro One USA helping you out this year, as well as Chop My Rate, which you also mentioned. Daycow Ventures with Dave Kowalski, who's also racing in the category. Dave, I know, is a big supporter of you guys.
Absolutely. We call it our little get-up down there. We call it the Captain Caveman Cafe. That kind of started last year. Dayco Ventures has been a big part of one of these big projects up in the Coquihalla region. And a lot of his guys come down to this event, and they hang out with us and come down, and we give them a cold water. And we call it the Captain Caveman Cafe. So thank you, Dave Kowalski and the whole Dayco crew coming down here and being a part of this West Coast Pro Mods. Also want to send a big shout-out to Artex Racing, the whole DeYoung family, and all of those partners that he has. They've been a huge supporter of us. WPI Pro Nitrous class this year, 24/7 Compression Pro Boost class this year. That is going to be one heck of a rivalry all year. Their rival businesses in Red Deer, Alberta, both based out of Red Deer, both compression companies, and they're also good buddies, right? Sort of good buddies. I mean, they're professional competitors, but they're also buddies, kind of. It's a weird thing, but it's sure a lot of fun around the racetrack.
One of those fun battles, and Keith, just a few moments away again from Pro Modified competition. I know you guys switched over to the 8th mile format a little bit ago, but it's led to some really close racing and kind of helps the guys as well in the pits with a bit of parts breakage and helps with the turnaround times as well.
You know what? We had, and there's still, no doubt, you know what? If I had 16 Pro Mod cars that wanted to run quarter mile up here in the Northwest, we probably would. That could run evenly, but we just don't, unfortunately, have that. And this class of cars shows where 8th mile racing is going. It's gone that way out east, and it's heading that way everywhere. And I know there are a bunch of quarter mile enthusiasts, probably even here on the property and watching on the live feed. We'd love to give you some of that big 250 mile an hour action, but a lot of these teams up here in the Northwest just the carnage that you can create in that last 600 feet, that's where all the damage happens. So to keep these cars running all year, we brought it back to 8th mile, and really, to tell you the truth, even a lot of the quarter mile enthusiast racers have reevaluated their faith in 8th mile racing based on the amount of money they're saving in their budgets throughout the year racing 8th mile.
And just finally here, before we get the tractors off, looks like we are going to have a few more passes here. Maybe the tractor's going back into position, which is always a great sign here at Mission Raceway Park. And here we go with the first pair rolling underneath the Lordco Auto Parts bridge, and it is Khaled Al-Balushi in the Bahrain 1 Racing Camaro up against
Rob Murphy.
Yeah, up against, I believe, Chris Murphy over there, far side of the racetrack. The
Chris
55
Murphy, not
Chevy.
Rob Murphy.
Chris was actually licensing last year at DOORWARZ in that 55 Chevy and brought it back out now with the full license, trying to qualify for the field here at DOORWARZ.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, and what a nostalgic difference we have, not only in body style, but I remember when I was a young teenager, 12, 13 years old, that car was a Pro Mod car running up here in the northwest of Chris Murphy's over there in the spectator lane. And the car over here in the Lordco lane probably seen 10 passes on it in its life, maybe 12, depending on how much testing it's done in its time. But officially, a very, very young car and a brand new, beautiful Bahrain Camaro over here in the TCS lane.
And as we mentioned, kind of playing with that Outlaw Pro Mod setup here at DOORWARZ last year, they pretty much took the NHRA setup and ran with it here with full NHRA trim, which gives you a little bit of a weight disadvantage and a few other things, especially with gearing here where you're trying to make the thing last for 1,320 feet instead of 660 feet when you're in competition with the West Coast Pro Modifieds.
That's right. And speaking about living, we've come to life under the bridge here at the Titanium Strip for Q1 of West Coast Pro Mod action.
So here comes Chris Murphy to the burnout box.
And it appears that they may be running Chris Murphy on a single to start this out.
So Chris Murphy getting a solo pass, kick things off in the 55 Chevy. And as Keith was mentioning, used to be driven by Dwayne Grossart back in the day. Now a supercharged Brad Anderson Hemi running on methanol for the 55 Chevy that has seen quite a few transformations over the years. Used to have just the rear deck leg wing, and now almost that raised dragster style rear wing in the back of the 55 Chevy. They dusted the cobwebs off of that machine and brought it back out last year. Chris, former racer in Canada West Doorslammer as well.
And believe it or not, still running the man pedal. There's 3 pedals in the car. Not many Pro Mods still running a clutch.
That is unique in itself. Is Murphy getting ready? Oh, Chris Murphy getting sideways and taking out the 8th mile cones at the top end of the racetrack. So, well, that 504 is not going to count as Chris crossing the center line and unfortunately taking out the blocks on the first pass here. And Murphy, we saw Keith got a little bit sideways as well in the test and tune session. He was in the TCS lane. Get a look up on the replay. You see that thing just after the 330-foot cone make a violent move towards the center line, and Chris doing a pretty good job of gathering that thing back up, and unfortunately couldn't get it back over in the lane before he took out the blocks.
Right, and actually almost a good thing now that Chris was on a single instead of beside that beautiful Bahrain 1 Camaro. So it looks like we are going to be taking a few minutes. Maybe has the beer garden shut down yet? Maybe you got time to run down? Oh, darn.
It's done right now, actually.
Actually, right now, they have shut it down. I was thinking maybe be able to get last call, but it sounds like they've already shut it down.
Tension in the pits, racer in distress at the moment. We need somebody with a 15-inch set of rims for 1970 Nova for Devin Jansen. Devin Jansen, car number 6302. Again, in need of some 15-inch rims for 1970 Nova. You can head on over to Devin's pit. I believe it's down by where the tech line is, down at the far end of the racetrack over by the tech shed. So that is Devin Jansen in the 1970 Nova, looking for some 15-inch rims that will fit his car. So again, a little bit of downtime, as we mentioned. They got to get those eighth-mile blocks for the timing equipment set back in the center of the racetrack. As again, Chris Murphy getting a little bit over in the lane and clipping those blocks in the first pass. So that 504 will be disallowed as he crosses the center line. So obviously, again, a big thanks going out to the West Coast Pro Modified sponsors for 2023 Pro 1 USA, Drop My Rate, Decal Ventures, 24/7 Compression, RCD Engineering Incorporated, WPI, Artex Racing, Van Ross Services, and of course, Power Management, all helping to bring the West Coast Pro Modifieds to Door Wars for 2023. And the Pro Modified action not ending here at Mission Raceway Park this weekend. They'll be back to put on a show for us. It's Smoke, Fire, and Thunder coming up in August, then the tail end of September going into October here at Mission Raceway Park. The West Coast Outlaw Shootout bring the Pro Modifieds back, as well as the West Coast Outlaw Series with all their classes that they have to offer as well with Outlaw 275. And of course, don't forget after this, you got your Top Fuel Harleys coming up after the Pro Modifieds, as well as Pro Mod bikes. So plenty of action still after the Pro Mod qualifying session and the third session of Outlaw 275. And Keith, I know you got your own big race coming up mid-August or the start of August at Rad Torque Raceway just outside Edmonton.
That's right. Outlaw Racing in the Northwest is alive and well. And up at Rad Torque Raceway, we have an event very similar to Door Wars happening. It's kind of going with that whole PDRA theme. We've got Pro Modified, we've got X275, Limited 275, we've got some Pro Street stuff, Outlaw Big Tire, Outlaw Small Tire. We've got Top Dragster, Top Sportsman Elite, like a Quick 8 type deal, plus a very affordable bracket program. It's not going to be one of these bracket races where you got to pay $500 to come in and race your bracket car because you want to come watch some awesome, wicked pro mods running down the racetrack. So really looking forward to that event. It's really coming together. We're still looking for marketing support on that one, obviously. So if anybody wants to get on board with another event like this out in the Alberta region, watching on the Valley Tech live feed, we definitely, because I know for sure I've been getting texts all day about the Valley Tech live feed. What a great job these guys are doing. I got a lot of friends out in Alberta. If you're watching this, you want to get involved with an event like this out in Alberta, Rad Torque Raceway in the middle of August, touch base with us.
And I know it's busy back-to-back weeks as well. You guys are going to have some cars out for the Rocky Mountain Nationals as well next weekend at Rad Torque Raceway.
Yeah, this year we went to a format where not every race was a major points race. They get what they call promo points at promo races, and the Rocky Mountain Nationals is a promo race this year. We're running 4 qualifiers and an 8-car show on the Sunday. It's going to be a lot of fun up there. Looking forward to a great show. I know we've got some pretty wicked cars coming up that way, and yeah, you know, like, you see the teams that are doing the 2 in a row. I mean, those are the teams that really put the work in. They really know how to get it done. You know, I give these guys a lot of credit. They all still have jobs. All the crew still has jobs, and they get it done. They get their cars turned around in a week and ready to go again.
That's the other thing, too, is as professional as these teams are, a lot of enthusiasts here. Nobody's really going out and making this a full-time profession, save, of course, you know, Justin Bond with the NHRA outfit that is here with us for Bahrain 1 Racing. But even that's not Justin's full-time job. Of course, he's got JBS equipment and a few full-time businesses, but a lot of support and a lot of professionalism from these race teams.
Oh, absolutely. You look through an entire NHRA field, and you won't find very many pro-modified NHRA racers that are full-time racers. Their business, their livelihood might have something to do with racing, whether it be engine building, car building, whatever it is, but they have something going on. They're not doing that racing full-time like very few guys can do. And it's awesome to see Justin Bond teamed up with Bahrain 1, JBS and Bahrain 1 and the whole team, and Justin being able to do this at that level while still keeping JBS alive and well.
Definitely great to have Justin back at his home racetrack. And I know he's probably getting strapped in and ready to go in the staging lanes. His next pair is sitting under the bridge as soon as we get the signal to fire things up here for the second pair. I should say the first pair. We had a single to kick things off here at West Coast Pro Modified Qualifying.
So, I'm really looking forward to this next pair. This is a little bit of a David versus Goliath. The RCD Shelby 1000 Mustang, Garrett Richards, the Walt Austin engine program that Pat Austin wasn't allowed to run in Top Fuel. That's kind of where it came from. There's a big story behind that is great to hear one of these years. But a few years back, but there was a big race up here, and a big shot came up here, and Garrett Richards was in the final and took him out in the final round. That was the last quarter-mile Door Wars event we had here, and Garrett Richards was the champion. The cars are coming to life.
Here we go. Richards fires up the Boss Hemi, made of course by Walt Austin with the coolest acronym in all of racing, WAR.
Absolutely.
So Cal DeLucci getting ready to light off the Bahrain 1 Camaro on the burnout. Richards. Side by side out past the tree, as we were saying earlier, Keith. Cal ran at 368 this morning. First pass in the racetrack. What do you think we could see maybe from this car now that the sun has gone down?
Well, first thing in the morning, the air is good. So you can't really say, oh, it was slick, it was heat of the day. It wasn't really heat of the day. The track was awesome this morning. The guys did great here. The titanium started prepping it, and he went 67. But this air, this is going to make power. This track is deadly. If it holds through 100 feet, I think you're going to see somewhere between a 65 and a 67.
And Richards was struggling a little bit with tire shake, trying to drive through that Mustang. He didn't really get a full run in. I think he had a 415, but that was even an early shutoff. Over there with the screw-blown combo. Again, the Boss Hemi and 2 screw supercharged cars, which is new for NHRA competition, even though that is technically Outlaw Pro Mod for Cal, but he has been running a similar combo on the NHRA side of things.
Absolutely. And with Garrett Richards, that car is easily capable of low 80s on a regular basis. It's just getting through that shake zone, getting enough power and not overpowering. That's why we call it pro power management up here.
So Garrett Richards, again, his first appearance at Door Wars since that Door Wars win up against Shane Molinari back in 2019 as Khaled Al-Balushi, 4-time national event winner and NHRA Top Fuel competition. 3-time Arabian Drag Racing League champion gets ready to turn on the bottom ball. And it is side-by-side threes. 371 with an 8. 205.95 miles an hour. Garrett Richards, no slouch either. 397 with an 8 at 196 over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane.
And that's a little softer than I thought both of them would be. I thought Khalid would be well into the 60s. Now, everybody's got their eyes glued to the screens right now. Next pair, Justin's called a 64, by the way, earlier today. He's also got a bet with my boy, Junior Chap, who has hair past his shoulders. And if he runs anything in the 60s, my boy's got to get a haircut, which my wife will be ecstatic about. And I think his girlfriend will be, too.
Hey, that's a good way to convince him.
Yeah, no kidding.
Justin Vaughn trying for that 60. Steve Goddard, the other side of the racetrack.
Goddard, part of the WPI Pro Nitrous crew, been chasing that elusive 3-second barrier for him. That's really a top sportsman car that he's cranked up to try to come run with us. Pro Mods, he loves running heads-up stuff, but it's really a small combo in the grand scheme of the nitrous world for Pro Mod. It's only 784 cubic inches with only 5 systems of nitrous on it.
And again, they only might seem comical to some, but in the world of Pro Modified, it's like bringing a knife to a gunfight.
Absolutely. When you're looking at almost 1,000 cubic inches in most of these nitrous motors these days, 784 is, lightweight against a heavyweight for sure. But all eyes are on Justin Bond right now to see if we can hit that 60 tonight.
TCS lane has been strong all day. Steve Goddard again purchasing the Nitro system before he gets brought into the beams in that GTO, which I believe is that Scott Blake's former race car.
Correct. That's an old Scott Blake PDRA top sportsman car.
Good to see Scott back out. We'll see him in a few pairs in his 1969 Camaro as Justin Bond. Over there in the TCS lane, again getting 3 NHRA National Event wins so far in the 2023 season. Your current points leader, electing to keep the Pro Charge 69 Camaro, save it, and bring out the 68 Camaro with the screw supercharger on top. He ran a World Series of Pro Mod, got Braden in Florida. Justin Bond, oh boy, 368, new #1 qualifier, and I think we got a guy getting a haircut.
I think we do too. 368 for Justin Bond. 205 goes to the top. #1 qualifier. I'm excited for two different reasons right now, and I got Justin Bond with all the supporters. I mean, in the replay that's going to be showing here real shortly, all of the supporters, the decals on Justin Bond's car, so many of them. Yeah, there's Bahrain 1, got the main decal on the side, but you look at the side of Justin's car, the amount of local supporters on that car. It's so awesome to see Justin up here racing and dominating like he's been trying to do for the last couple years.
We've seen those Bahrain 1 cars kind of just dancing front tires until at least the 330-foot mark, and it's worked for both of them. They are now at the top of the qualifying ladder with Bond and Belushi, and Belushi just nipping out just in the speed department, running 205.98 as opposed to Bond's 205.20 by just the tiniest of margins. And speaking of the tiniest of margins, margin of victory last year at Door Wars with Bettinson and Belushi was 1. Got him on a 1/1000th of a second hole shot as well.
Well, it was 2 thou on the tree and 1 thou at the finish line, and on track after the unfortunate incident at the Langley Loafers race last year.
And Horn giving it one of his patented burnouts all the way down, almost to the 330-foot mark in the TCS lane and the JS Power Sports Willys, as mentioned. Again, some Brad Anderson power for the JS team and the 41 Willys that Steve extensively reworked, easy for me to say, in the offseason last year, only to have that unfortunate top-end incident at the Langley Loafers old-time drags. I know the crew has been working hard to get that car turned around and back out. And Steve, a consistent 14-player last year once they finally got the tune-ups figured out, and probably looking at dipping in 3 seconds tonight if that thing gets hooked up.
Well, that car actually went 390 on its 4th pass out here at Door Wars last year before, his unfortunate loss to Justin Bond, I believe, in the 2nd round last year. And then they were just really getting a handle on it when the Loafers race happened, so we never saw that car reach its potential. They did a massive overhaul on that car. It's all really, really light carbon fiber now. The whole car has been redone the last couple of years. That's going to be a low 380 car at least.
So Steve Horn getting brought in, and a driver with a lot of tuning experience and getting a lot of seat time behind the wheel in a variety of different race cars. courtesy of the JS Power Sports fleet. And of course, they've got a second pro mod on the property here that they have got lined up and ready to go in the qualifying line back in the staging lanes. But Hornet's pre-staged and staged. Here he goes. Unfortunately, Steve's going to have to click her off just past the Christmas tree as that thing went right up into tire shake. But again, the good thing is you guys got a few hits tomorrow, this being the first hit of the Door Wars weekend to get that thing dialed in.
That's right, 3 tomorrow. 101 60-foot, definitely a little bit lazy on the 60-foot. Couldn't quite get up on the tire there. I know Jay Severson will be on the keyboard tonight, getting that thing rocking and rolling here tomorrow for Door Wars 11. Day number, are we on day 2 yet or 3? I don't know. I've been here for over a week, so I've lost track.
I was going to say it all kind of blends into one. I even pulled in a full day yesterday, and it still seems. I was joking with Shelby up here in the tower. The coffees keep getting bigger and bigger every time I show up here in the morning.
Are they stronger and stronger as well?
Of course, you got to amp up the caffeine.
So what you're saying, what you're really saying, is I need to hang out in the tower more.
Exactly. Yeah.
So because in the tower you'll get more coffee.
At least at the Starbucks.
You know what? I think this morning I got a coffee and I set it down in the golf cart. I think it's still sitting there. I might have took like 3 sips out of it.
I'm sure that's probably in prime condition by now here at what?
Well, now it's iced coffee.
There we go. Here comes the next pair, and we got a pair of Mustangs. Keith Korecki over there. Keith, the big cubic inch nitrous combo for the racer out of Kelowna. 814 cubic inches of forward power underneath the hood. And Keith, a racer that you know well in the Mach 1 and the TCS side of the racetrack.
Yeah, Tom Reithmeyer out of Edmonton, or Sherwood Park, Alberta, with the HST Racing Mach 1 Mustang. Cool story about that car. Even when he sent it to Gerry Bickle, it was in Gerry Bickle's shop when Gerry Bickle had that unfortunate fire a number of years ago. It burnt down. When they had to rebuild it, the steel roof that was on that car was able to get salvaged. The steel roof on that car, that's the only thing that's steel on that car. The rest of it's carbon fiber. But the roof on that car, at least this is what I'm told, is the roof on Tom's Mach 1 from when he was a teenager.
That is a very cool story, and something that's also very cool is that thing is also Ford power.
Yeah, the block, the Hemi block itself is based off of a Ford big block, and I'm pretty sure so is Keith Korecki's.
So side by side, Ford Pro Mods, 3 Ford powered cars in the property here. As I know, Tom, I think I read a Drag Race Canada article that said he took inspiration from Glenn May's old Cranberry Connection T-Bird and Ford Ranger when he was looking at the power plant for that machine.
Yeah, that's a story that he's never told me about, but yeah, Tom's always had a knack for the big cool stuff.
So 414 for Tom Reithmeyer in the 1971 Ford Mustang. Keith Korecki, unfortunately, having to click it off early just before the 330-foot mark over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. In Mission Raceway Park, it is a very tight racetrack right now, so you have to hit it just right to make sure that thing hooks up and throw a lot of power at the tune-up.
Absolutely. Reithmeyer gets down there. 414 for Reithmeyer's car. That's a fairly respectable pull for him. He's still looking for his first 3-second pass. Now, 2 of probably the most beautiful builds on the property coming into the line right now. Ryan Griffin's Mustang, twin turbo, the only turbo car on the property running Pro Mod this weekend that I'm pretty sure. Somebody's probably going to correct me and come around the corner with something else, but I don't think it is. But that car is the coolest thing in the world, and one of the things that's the neatest thing is take a look at the exhaust. This is a turbo car with zoomies.
Not the traditional bullhorns.
No, but how does a turbo car with one outlet have 4 zoomies coming out from under the fenders?
I believe there's a little bit of custom work on that Ryan managed to get. As you mentioned, this car was, I believe Ryan had 10.5 tires in the back of it. Was the full-blown frenzy the first time he had the big tires in the back of this 67 Mustang?
and still trying to get the handle on it, and it's just going to be a wicked hot rod when they get this thing tuned up. Scott Blake, on the other hand, Canadian from Red Deer, ex-PDRA racer, coming back to Canada, and definitely not a happy 959 right now in Scott's car.
No, a little bit weird in the burnout there as they'll back him up into the water box for attempt number 2 at the burnout. And Scott, up until around 2018, I want to say, was running with the PDRA, took some time off, and had this car put back together in the last few years.
Yeah, I believe that was right. I also know that Scott had a pretty wicked incident there a number of years back, and had this car built, and they brought it out for full-blown frenzy, and it was on kill from the very beginning. And he's one of our cars in the semifinals coming up here. That'll be happening in qualifier number 3 and 4 from full-blown frenzy tomorrow.
And I believe that semifinal matchup is going to have 2 nitrous 69 Camaros with Ryan Hayward the other half of that battle.
Yes, Ryan Hayward going to be coming up a little later in the program as well. But Scott Blake was definitely the class of the field when it came to the nitrous cars down at Full Blown Frenzy, and he is the only other car on the property other than Bahrain 1 cars to dip into the 70s so far.
We'll see if he can get down the TCS lane here, as we've seen all the best runs so far down the left side of the racetrack. Ryan Griffin, as Keith mentioned, trying to get that big tire tune-up dialed in, has had a few early shutoffs over the weekend, but some strong early numbers if he can get that thing to run all the way down to the finish line. So Scott Blake getting ready to bring the Camaro in up against the 67 Mustang of Ryan Griffin. You can hear him building up the boost and trying to hold that thing back as he trips on that bottom bulb. Blake left hard, thing kind of drove over to the center line, and quick pedal gives Blake a 451 with a 120 miles an hour. Griffin off it pretty much right after he passed the Christmas tree. And again, Blake also shutting it off and saving it for tomorrow's session. So again, taking a swing at it here while the conditions are still pretty cool and the sun is down in the nighttime session.
Yeah, the car definitely started driving towards the center line in the replay there, and Blake thought about pedaling it there, did get back in it for second, but more than likely just let's just save this for tomorrow, and there's lots of racing left in this Door Wars 11 weekend, so tomorrow's another day. Keep the car shiny side up, and we'll keep racing.
Coming up next, the battle of the 1950s Chevys. 1957 Chevy for Jordan Lazick, J.R. Lazick, in the TCS side of the racetrack. The Bunker Junker for Bel Air Power, Rad Torque, 24/7 compression up against Tony Moretto, making his return to pro modified competition here at Mission Raceway Park. And Door Wars out of Columbus.
And this is the official WPI 24/7 compression rivalry. Dean Bettinson's car, who works with 24/7 compression Bel Air Power, versus Tony Moretto, who is one of the main managers over at WPI.
And also, Nitrous versus Blower battle as well.
Well, the 24/7 compression Pro Boost class and the WPI Pro Nitrous class sponsors, respectively, one in each lane here. Both big supporters of the West Coast Pro Moms. And, J.R. Lazick is definitely the giant in this one. But Moretto's still got that 905 or 904, whatever it is. One of the older big nitrous motors before they went up to the 959s. Rocking that 55 Chevy over there. But keep your eye on Lazick. That car likes to carry the wheels out to 300 feet.
We saw him back when he ran this car in 2021 run a 370 a few years ago.
Yeah, but allegedly, when the 60 foot's faster than a top fuel car, I think he was dragging a diaper. I mean, come on.
So a 380 for Lazick earlier on. And again, it does always help you when you have something else dragging underneath the car, tripping the timing lights. But JR Lazic trying to get the bunker junker down the TCS lane up against Moretto in the 55 Chevy. With a 379 with a 3 at 208 miles an hour. I think that is a new West Coast Pro modified speed record.
Not only is that the Mission Raceway 8th mile Pro Mod record, but that is an overall West Coast Pro modified record. All he'll have to do now is just back that up tomorrow, which I'm pretty sure Lazic's going to be able to do.
Definitely showing they have that potential in their back pocket. So JR Lazic, strong run there into the 70s, joining the Bahrain 1 camp with that 379 with a 208 miles an hour. But Justin Bond still at the top with that 368 from earlier on. As we mentioned, Daycow Ventures and Dave Kowalski earlier, there is Dave lined up and ready to go underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge in the C7 Corvette, which was actually the first C7 body built for Pro Modified competition, if I'm not mistaken, that Dave got his hands on.
It was absolutely the first one to come out of, I believe it's a Rick Jones car? Isn't it?
I believe so. I believe it's RJ
a Rick
race
Jones
cars.
car.
Yep.
So I'm pretty sure it was definitely the first C7 to come out of Rick Jones' shop. That's almost for sure. So Captain Caveman himself sitting here, ready to go down the TCS lane, and the other nitrous competitor we were talking about, who was a killer on 10.5s a few years ago in Vegas, Ryan Hayward, definitely a pretty bad hot rod with the big tire on, but still hasn't gotten a full handle on that car.
He's been making a few solid passes over the weekend, broke into the 3-second zone out of Marysville. Kowalski lighting up the rear Goodyears.
Kowalski ran his first ever 3-second pass earlier today in testing.
He's been trying to break into that range for a very long time. I believe it was a 96.
Yeah.
Is what he ran in testing too.
And we're all giving his crew chief a hard time because he's been having motorhome troubles. He's still on his way down here. We told him that we're going to fire him when he gets here because Dave finally ran his first 3 and his crew chief wasn't even here.
Yeah, might as well turn around at this point.
Yeah. Sorry, dude, you're done.
So Dave out of Fort St. John, but as mentioned, spent a lot of time down here in the southern part of BC with Daycow Ventures and Ryan Hayward. Whole lot of nitrous and a whole lot of 959 cubic inches.
Another Rick Jones car, I believe.
Again, if we're not mistaken, and the cool thing about Ryan's car is you look at that thing, it's got beautiful blue on it, but they left the stripe as carbon fiber when you get a look at it down in the pits.
Yeah, it's a really cool build. That was actually a car that was up in Alberta for a little while of Gerry Weslowski's. He went back to Ricky Jones. He refurbished it, redid it, and is now back out here running West Coast Pro Mods with a big 959 in it. And looking forward to seeing what Ryan can do out here at DOORWARZ.
So Ryan Hayward turning on that top bulb. Here comes Kowalski, the supercharged vet. Wheels up for both of them. Hayward goes through the traps, 383 with a 595 miles an hour. And Dave Kowalski runs his first 390, then runs his first 380, 389 with a 4 at 185 miles an hour. And safe to say, Keith, the crew chief might want to turn it around there for Dave.
I think so. You know, I've always, there's a rule in West Coast Pro Mods for the guys that haven't been able to make that 3-second hit. You know, we always run weights. We always scale cars, right? But if you're coming out and you're kind of in that 4.0 range still, then we just say, you know what? Come out and have some fun with us. We don't mind so much about your weight if you're 4.0 car. Well, Dave just went all the way to full weight with that 389. So I sure hope he's been running at full weight all this time, or he may have about 200 pounds to put in that C7 Corvette tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot heavier the next time it goes across the scales as we get ready for J.C. Erston. Pause for big-time burnout over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane and Steve Nicholson.
You know, I really don't know what it is about Jay Severson's cars. I've been around and watching Jay Severson race since the 90s. And everything that Jay Severson has ever raced has been louder than everything else. And I asked him once, I said, Jay, why is your car so much louder than everyone else? He just about knocks me over with the sound when I'm on the starting line. And he said, I just got more power than everybody else. Which, you know, doesn't really translate into the scoreboards. But, hey, man, whatever floats your boat. I mean, that's what he wants to tell me. But I don't know what it is. The way his headers are shaped, just the way the car is tuned, the way that screw blower twists, that thing is so loud. It's got a different pitch to it.
And Jay, a runner-up at the first ever Door Wars here at Mission Raceway Park in that beautiful 57 Chevy. They did a complete motor swap in between the semifinals and the finals that year, and then they went to go turn it over in the starting line, and unfortunately it would not fire as Steve Nicholson purging the Nitro system with his Chevy Corvette, the split window vet, running a 10.5 tire, but Steve has been well into the 420s and 14s and a former Streetcar Super Nationals champion in the Outlaw 10.5 class as well.
Absolutely, and Steve Nicholson at SCSN weight with that car up here in the West Coast Outlaws. The car's got to be a bit heavier, and Steve says, you know what, I want to leave it at SCSN weight, so that puts me into a Pro Mod class, so he's got to come and try to run with the big dogs. Hoping to see a 390 out of Steve here tonight, but Jay Severson should be well into the 80s if that car can get, again, through that elusive shake zone. Something rolling out the front of Jay's car, and Steve all over the place.
Yeah, straight up into tire smoke pretty much as soon as he got to the 60-foot cone. And tough break for Jay there. They've been having some troubles with the car. They got it down the racetrack, ran a pretty soft 430 earlier on Thursday, and then came out and had the blower belt off of it one of the runs today. Then they tried bringing it back and wouldn't fire, and unfortunately looks like shedding some parts on the starting line, as they will back the JS Power Sports 57 Chevy back through the water box and make the tow down the return road, unfortunately, with the tow strap hooked up in the back of the tow vehicle.
And with Top Fuel Harley rolling under the tower, that's my cue to head out of here. I appreciate you inviting me up onto the mic. We're, like I say, once the show's over, we'll be open for a little while longer, selling T-shirts down there. If you're down and around, come by. We've got stickers for the kids, candy for the kids, earplugs, stuff like that. Thanks again to all the West Coast Pro Mod sponsors, especially guys like RCD, Artex, Dayco, WPI, 24/7, all those. I'm forgetting a bunch. Hopefully I can get the rest of them the next time I'm up here. But, you know, we just sent it. Again, that's our motto here in the West Coast Pro Mods.
So Justin Bond, your number one qualifier, heading into Saturday with that 368. And, of course, the Pro Mods back for 3 qualifying hits tomorrow. And then they'll have their eliminations coming up to see who gets that $10,000 prize on Sunday here at Door Wars 11, presented by the Titanium Auto Group. Nitro Harleys lined up and ready to go and roll into the water box. So you can hear them firing up with the aid of the starters. Again, the riders off the bike when they are first turned over. It is Nate Gagnon versus Pete Waugh. Waugh, the TCS side of the racetrack for the Big Kids Racing team. And it is side-by-side Big Kids Racing. Top Fuel Harleys for the Western Canadian Top Fuel Harley Group as they get ready for the burnout. Clean off those big Goodyear rear slicks. So Gagnon in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Ran a 660 at over 200 miles an hour earlier on in the test and tune session. He is over there again. Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Pete Waugh, his Big Kids Racing teammate, getting ready to line it up and the TCS side of the racetrack. Watch these front wheels. If they make a full pull, they are not going to touch the ground until well past the 8th mile mark. Gagnon out of it early. Pete Watt drives it through to a 660 or 687 with a 204 miles an hour for the rider out in Nanaimo. Qualicum Beach's Nate Gagnon shutting it off early in 840 with a 2 at 112 miles an hour. As you get a look at the instant replay up there on the big screen, as well as the Lordco Auto Parts live stream, courtesy of the folks at Valley Tech Productions there, with side-by-side header flames out of the pipes. And up next, another pair getting ready to head into the water box and turn those bikes over. And of course, we had the big kids racing guys out for the CMDRA drags a few weeks ago. We also had the folks from Cycle Drag coming up from the U.S., their first time to Mission Raceway Park, that got to watch all the action and document that across their various social media pages as well as their website. So Jim Schellenberg over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack out of Surrey, getting ready to fire up his machine, and we'll see what Jim can do over there in the Lordco Auto Parts side of things. Tension in the pits, Outlaw 275. This is your standby call. Outlaw 275 for MDA Fabrication. This is your standby call. Making his return to Top Fuel Harley competition, Ron Howney. That is Ron Howney. Again, try that one more time. Ron, Braden Sport Fishing, ADV Fast Lane Racing, Fast Lane Custom, Top Fuel Harley. And Ron Howney taking a few years off from Top Fuel Harley Racing, coming back in 2023 up against another experienced Top Fuel Harley rider in Jim Schellenberg over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. The LMS machine for Schellenberg. And again, Ron Howney, the TCS side of the racetrack, getting ready to roll into the beams. Saw that 687 from Pete Waugh, the TCS side of the racetrack. What can Schellenberg and Howney do as they get ready for our second pair of Top Fuel Harleys presented by Rad Torque Systems? Here we go. Ron pre-stage, Jim at stage. Jim now stage, waiting on Ron to turn out the bottom bulb. Jim Schellenberg getting to the top end first, 691 with a 203 miles an hour. As Ron Howney, a 735 with a 187.34 miles an hour. On the TCS side of the racetrack, again, 691 for Schellenberg for the rider out of Surrey, getting to the stripe first. So again, big kids racing, Top Fuel Harley. Chrissy, I know you're down in the starting line for the Pro Mods. What was the perspective like from the Pro Modified qualifying session down at trackside?
Well, you know, that was my first time going down there to the start line, and certainly my first time seeing Pro Mods in person. And I'll tell you, my hearing is definitely not there. That'll hopefully come back a little later, but amazing, you guys. The power of those things is literally just blows you away.
Well, here we go with yet another Top Fuel Harley. Damien Cowden from Shawnigan Lake on Vancouver Island, bringing us the supercharged Top Fuel Harley. Usually these bikes injected on Nitro, but Damien and his team from Vancouver Island trying out a completely different combo for the folks at Parker Johnson Roofing, Danger Boy, as well as Lordco Auto Parts helping to bring us Damien on board of this machine. Of course, supercharged nitro-fueled drag bikes, popular with the likes of Larry Spider-Man McBride, the fastest man on two wheels at over 270 miles an hour over the quarter mile in a drag bike. But still in the world of Nitro Harleys, still relatively a new concept. And Damien kind of exploring the unknown here in the Pacific Northwest with really one of the first supercharged bikes. And if you get a look at it down in the pits, man, is it an impressive machine as he gets ready to go down the racetrack. Big time header flame off the head. Unfortunately, he's going to have to shut it off as it shakes, rattles, and rolls. And Damien Cowden will head down the racetrack, coasting his way to the top end. And that'll lead us into our Pro Modified motorcycles. So, turbocharged machines, and a pair of Suzuki's getting ready to roll into the water box. Attention in the pits, Outlaw 275. We need you guys to the lanes. Outlaw 275 for the folks at MDA Fabrication. We need you guys to the staging lanes. So Matt Smith, I believe, on board of the Triple M machine over here on the TCS side of the racetrack. Matt trying to get deep into the 6-second zone in that machine. This looks like two other bikes lined up around the tower, and I see, I believe, the quickest Pro Modified bike that we have ever had here at Mission Raceway Park, and setting a benchmark in the class. That is lined up and ready to go as the last Pro Modified bike that we have. All right, here comes Matt Smith from Merritt. It's 2018 Suzuki, a 4-time Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association champion. Getting ready to bring that Suzuki up. Matt, in the heat of the day, having problems getting that machine to hook up, but coming back here in the cool nighttime conditions and trying to lay down a 6-second pass for the Suzuki. Making the trip down the Coquihalla to race here at Mission Raceway Park this weekend. So again, after the Pro Modified bikes, Outlaw 275 has been called to the lanes. As Matt Smith turning on that bottom ball. Solid 60-foot time as Matt Smith will carry it all the way to the top end to a 687 with a 5 at 196 miles an hour for Matt Smith in that machine. And Matt, very good run to kick things off for Pro Modified bike as our next rider making its way into the water box. Looks like it's going to be singles for the Pro Modified bikes here as a roll into the water box on the TCS side of the racetrack. So Jeff Petrie out of Yellowknife, Northwest Territories, in the Peden Productions machine. Check out the helmet on Jeff with the mohawk coming out of the top. Jeff also on board a 1300cc Suzuki. It's had a little bit of problems. Pause for the burnout. Jeff having a little bit of problems getting that thing down the racetrack, or getting that thing off the line, rather. As checking over the left side of the Suzuki, getting ready to bring that bike into the beams. And of course, these are completely custom-built motorcycles that race throughout the Pacific Northwest, classed with the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association. As Jeff Petrie will get ready to bring the Suzuki into the beams. Fortunately, Jeff kind of rolling through and lighting off that top bulb, so that's going to rob him a little bit in the ET department. You can hear him off of the throttle as he coasts through to the top end, still with an 886 with a 9 at 138 miles an hour for Jeff Petrie. So into the water box will roll Austin Christopher. Austin and his Kawasaki. Last time that he was out here at Mission Raceway Park, became the world's quickest Kawasaki KZ at the CMDRA all bike drags here at Mission Raceway Park. Running that thing deep into the sixes. So here comes Austin Christopher out of Hope. Wheels up, heading down the TCS side of the racetrack. Ran a 6:29, goes 6:33 with a 9 at 214 miles an hour for Austin Christopher, who again became the quickest Kawasaki KZ in the world just a few weeks ago here at Mission Raceway Park with a 6:29 second run, and just shy of that with a 6:33 with a 9, the TCS side of the racetrack. So bringing up just a pair that has a qualifying rerun here from Gerry's OK Tire Real Street competition.
Sean Langley in the TCS lane from Linden, Washington, and that 69 Mach 1 Mustang called the Hustler. He is the 2022 Pacific Raceway Sportsman Champ. He's going against Rob Monroe in the 69 Acadian, sponsored by Gibson Racing Transmissions, Horizon Paint and Body, and SD Performance. Running a pair from a Real Street here, West Coast Real Street. At 11.97 at 112 for Sean Langley, and a 10.75 at 123. Red light doesn't matter. Still qualifying.
So, looks like that'll wrap things up for that quick rerun. We got a quick bit of track prep to go, then the Outlaw 275 gang for MDA Fabrication getting ready to head out for their third qualifying session in the cool of the night, with Jordan Brandon heading into the session as your number one qualifier with a 441 from earlier on. Then, of course, Limited Street coming up after that. Outlaw Street, Real Street, and Pro Street to round out day number one of qualifying here at DOORWARZ. Of course, full day of test and tune happening here at Mission Raceway Park last night, all throughout the day as well. And, of course, full day of qualifying and eliminations coming up for tomorrow here at Mission Raceway Park if you got to head out a little bit early. But again, Outlaw 275 coming up just a few moments after just a tiny bit of track prep as tractors hit the racetrack. So Max Nielsen out of Sturgeon, Alberta, sitting in the number 2 spot up against Matt Black from Kelowna. Again, the wheel-standing Jeep Cherokee, trying to keep that front end down. So Matt's had to get out of it and bring the front end down so he can at least steer, keep the car off the wall over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Vanessa Richards coming into this second session in the number 1 spot with a 5.16 with a 0. Max Nielsen, that black 1997 Ford Mustang, the TCS lane, currently number 2 in the qualifying order with a 5.21 with a 1. Another big wheel stand and Matt out of it as a 5.17 at 135 miles an hour. Nielsen stays in the number 2 spot, but just behind Vanessa Richards with that 5.17.5 at 135 miles an hour over there in the TCS lane. So Nielsen again staying in the number 2 spot. So yeah, Matt Black, big backfire coming out of the Jeep Cherokee. He has pulled that car over to the side out of the groove, and they'll take a look and see if they can get Matt's machine off of the racetrack. So tough break there for Matt Black, the racer out of Kelowna, and that fan favorite Jeep Cherokee that, again, had a big wheels up launch, and then Matt had to get out of it. And as soon as the wheels touched down, that thing had a big backfire, and see hopefully if he can get that thing off the racetrack, and nothing has been laid down there at the top end as Matt, again, wisely pulling out of the groove. So again, Richard still on top with that 5.16 with a 0. A 5.21 with a 1 was Nielsen's previous best before he laid down that 5.17 with a 5, putting him 100th of a second behind Richards at the top of the pack. So Outlaw 275, their qualifying order, just handed to us up here in the tower for MDA Fabrication. Jordan Brandon still at the top with a 4.41 with a 1. Chris Gould now in the number 2 spot after their third qualifying session with a 4.46 with a 1. Jason Gagnon, the Nova, in the third position with a 4.53 with a 0. Dan Rodriguez fourth with 4.53 with a 5. And Mike Hawkins rounding out your top 5 in qualifying with 4.71 with a 2. Parms Wanda back there in the 6th position, 4.72 with a 9. Steve Skokin in 7th with 4.78 with a 4. Tyler Levy rounding out the quick 8 in the field with a 4.93 with a 9. So Gulf and Fraser Financial, again, bringing us limited street competition as the pair in the water box have been given the signal to fire it up. So Gulf and Fraser, you can join the credit union that can power your possible. That is Gulf and Fraser. As backing up from the burnouts, Jason and Justin Gibson. Jason still trying to get a representative run on the board for his orange 1991 Mustang. Spraying before he heads into the beams, getting that nitrous system all purged. And again, Justin Gibson out of Surrey as well, the 1988 Fox-bodied Mustang. Justin, currently number 3 in the qualifying order with a 5.30 with a 0. Jason at the bottom of the qualifying order, only managing a 9.43 after a problem-filled first 2 runs of the day. Well, this one doesn't look problem-filled. Wheels up launches for both of them as they make it to the stripe, and a 524 with a 6 for Justin Gibson, and a 526 with a 3 for Jason Gibson. So Jason will go all the way up to the number 4 spot. Justin stays in the number 3 position, improving on his elapsed time. So Chris McGraw, far side of the racetrack out of Abbotsford, the 1990 Ford Mustang. And backing up from the burnout, the Mercury Marquis of Josh Collin from Calgary, making the toe down. Josh with 302 cubic inches of Ford power underneath the hood of the Mercury, the 1986 Marquis, and Chris McGraw, flipper. Attention the pits, final call for Outlaw Street, final call for Outlaw Street to the lanes. Outlaw Street, this is your final call. Whoa, bumper drag and wheelie for Josh Collin in the TCS lane, shooting sparks like he's at the Outlaw Jones. Chris McGraw runs through to a 535 with a 7. Take a look at this up on the big screen. When have you seen a Mercury Marquis do that? Josh Collin dragging the bumper in Limited Street, still runs it down to a 606 with a 3. Justin Lee, the 1993 Ford Mustang, the convertible over here, tower side, up against Pat Hearn out of Surrey, the Angry Bird, 88 Fox body. The Den 3-speed Gibson Racing Teams, BCIT Aerospace sponsored machine, the Lordco Auto Parts lane that you're getting to look up on the big screen of. And Justin Lee coming in to round number 3 of qualifying, currently in the number 8. Make that the number 9 position with a 595 with an 8. Pat Hearn has had wheel spin on both of his previous runs and has been struggling to try and get that thing to hook up. So here we go with the next pair in Limited Street as we continue to work our way through the field. Justin Lee, blowing the tires off on the hit. Pat Hearn's going to get down to the top end with a 599 with a 5 for Pat Hearn. Will improve and go up to the number 10 position. So here we go with a pair of black Fox bodies as in Lordco Auto Parts lane. Bobby Ehlers out of Maple Ridge, the 1989 Ford Mustang, with an LS power plant under the hood that he is nicknamed the Chevstang. You could say the sentence built Ford tough with Chevy stuff. William Wood, the TCS side of the racetrack out of Langley in his 1992 Fox body Mustang that is Ford powered. Small block Ford under the hood of that machine at the TCS side of the racetrack. So William Wood in his machine. Wood came into the session as the number 5 qualifier, now currently in the number 6 position with a 5 at 61 with a 0 at 125 miles an hour. Bobby Ehlers bumping in the Mustang, made his first hit in round number 2 of qualifying over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Wheels up for Wood. Getting to the finish line for William Wood at a 5:61 at 2, rather 125 miles an hour. 125 miles an hour again for William Wood over there in the TCS lane. And Bobby Ehlers getting down the track with 6:55 with a 0 at 105 miles an hour. So, last car in Limited Street for Gulf and Fraser, and it is your current number 1 qualifier, Vanessa Richards, after 3 rounds of qualifying in the Hawaii 5.0 Fox Body Mustang. .516 with a 0. Now the mark to beat for the rest of the Limited Street field as Vanessa brings the car up to the line. Max Nielsen right behind her with a 5:17 with a 5 that he ran as the first pair out. So the crew member backs away, and Vanessa Richards will turn on that bottom bulb. You can hear a quick pedal, and unfortunately she's out of it just before the stripe. Still goes through at the 5:53 with a 602 miles an hour, carrying out the front wheels. We'll get another look at it down Farmer Lane on the replay. You can see the car kind of set down and quick pedal right before the 330-foot mark before Vanessa shutting it off before she reaches the trap. So she will rest on that 5:16 with a 0 from round number 2, and we'll turn things back over to Chrissy for some, I believe, Outlaw Street action.
Thank you, sir. Rolling into West Coast Outlaw Street. West Coast Outlaw Street. Qualifying round 3. Rob Monroe Sr. in the TCS lane from Langley in the 31 Ford, sponsored by White Knuckle Racing and Gibson Racing. Going against Matt Marshall from Hazelton, BC in the 91 Chev, running a 5:02, sponsored by River Hideaway Ventures. Monroe currently qualifying number 2 so far, and Matt number 5. See if they can improve their standings in qualifying. Rob Monroe Sr. just taken off 5.6 with an O at 122 miles an hour. Matt having a few issues, a 7.55 at 81 miles an hour, letting it out there after the 60-foot. Matt Robert pulling up in the Lordco lane from Airdrie, Alberta. 1979 Camaro running a 376, sponsored by Archon Solutions and Lordco. Bulbs are lit, green light. Looks like he might have sent a text message before he took off, but a 5.41 with 133 miles an hour. 2.87 reaction time there. All right, that wraps up our Outlaw Street. Moving into Real Street. Real Street to the quarter mile. DOORWARZ 11 here, just wrapping up the last few classes. Again, we do this all again tomorrow, 9 a.m., DOORWARZ 11. Tomorrow morning, we'll be starting off with non-electronics and electronics in the junior, and we have a full day of racing action tomorrow. Joel Smith in the TCS lane. He's from Abbotsford, 1971 Pontiac. Sponsored by Gerry's OK Tire, RPM Alignment, and Zapstrap Racing. Going against Rob Monroe. 69 Acadian, sponsored by Gibson Racing Transmission, Horizon Paint and Body, and SD Performance. Bulbs are lit. Double green launched by Rob Monroe. To the quarter mile in Real Street, a 10.73, 123 miles an hour for Rob Monroe, a 10.80 at 131 for Joel Smith. Robert Unger in the TCS lane. He's from Langley, driving his car called Daisy, going against Scott in his car called Snoop. At 10.50, 127 miles an hour for Scott, and a 10.54 with the red light for Rob Unger, but that doesn't matter. This is third round of qualifying. Raj Lal in the TCS lane in the Black Widow 1991 Honda Civic, going against Sean Langley from Lyndon, Washington, 1969 Mach 1 called the Hustler. He's the 2022 Pacific Raceway Sportsman Champ, Sean Langley in the Lordco lane, going against Raj Lal here in Real Street, Door Wars 11. Snap, crackle, pop for Raj Lal. $11.92, 212 for Sean Langley. 16.09 at 73 for Raj Lal. And Rob Monroe Sr. double classing here, also in Real Street, as well as West Coast Outlaw Street. Sponsored by White Knuckle Racing and Gibson Racing. Rob Monroe Sr. from Langley. '31 Ford Model A. Rob Monroe Sr. Little lift off for Rob Monroe. An 8.89 with an 849 miles an hour for Rob Monroe. Right, looks like we're going into a little bit of track prep. Little bit of track prep. We'll be going into Pro Street here at Door Wars 11, sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group, your choice destination for used cars, trucks, SUVs, and minivans. The Titanium Strip, a proud sponsor here at Mission Raceway, as well as the sponsor for Door Wars 11.
Two of our Pro Street competitors back in the staging lanes, getting ready to finish off the Friday portion of Door Wars. Again, just after a quick bit of track prep. So again, just two more competitors and cars to go down the racetrack before we wrap things up for the first official day of Door Wars. Of course, full day of testing taking place yesterday here at Mission Raceway Park, the Titanium Strip.
Thanks to everyone for hanging with us till the bitter end, and a shout out to our friends on the live stream. Also like to thank, big thanks to Valley Tech Production Group for all of your help with our sound, video, Lordco TV, everything we do here. We love you. Thank you so much. Also, shout out to our track officials and tower staff, everyone working hard all day long to put on this great event, Door Wars 11, brought to you by the Titanium Auto Group here at the Mission Raceway. I've had a whole lot of fun. I got to watch some pro mods. I got my brand new West Coast Pro Mod sweater, which those are available at the West Coast Pro Mod booth. You could probably get one of those tomorrow. And I'll be after a Justin Bond tank top. Hopefully they have one in my size. I'll be over there tomorrow grabbing me one of those because I'm a huge Bahrain 1 fan.
Of course, they've got those available, at least T-shirts that we know of over there. They've got their hero cards as well that are probably put away for tonight. But again, you got 2 more days to head out here to Mission Raceway Park. If you've been watching on the live stream, couldn't make it tonight, make sure to come on out for Saturday or Sunday. Of course, Pro Modified eliminations and crowning that $10,000 winner for the West Coast Pro Modifieds coming up on Sunday throughout the day. So make sure to tune in on Lordco Auto Parts live stream or coming out here to Mission Raceway Park. But again, few more cars in the lanes to finish things off. And we will get things wrapped up for Friday here in just a few moments.
Don't forget a whole full day of racing tomorrow, Saturday, Canada Day, folks. Oh, Canada. Starting off at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning with the non-electronics and electronics, as well as the juniors round 1 qualifying. It's going to be an amazing day. We've got the pro mods on at noon. So make sure you are here. Qualifying round 2 for pro mods. Top Fuel Harley, Pro Mod Bike. Oh, it's going to be so much fun. I know I will be here tomorrow evening. And I just can't wait. And I'll be coming back on Sunday as a spectator because I need to know how this ends, folks. It's going to be a great weekend of racing here. Just waiting on our final class here, Pro Street. We'll be running those. We'll be wrapping up Friday of Door Wars 11. Big thanks to all of our sponsors. Mountain View, Harley Davidson, MDA Fabrication, Gulf and Fraser Financial, Inline Sales, Gerry's OK Tire, Rad Torque, National Tire, Peden Industries. Moving into Pro Street now. Nick Duda from Langley, 1963 Corvette, running a 393 small block. Sponsored by Performance World and Mopac. Inline Sales Pro Street here. Nick Duda in the Lordco lane. Nick Duda. Looks like something definitely happened there. What happened?
Yeah, it looks like Nick getting over and taking out one of the 8th mile cones down there at the top end as that thing was sashaying all over Lordco Auto Parts lane.
And watch on the replay here. Oh, yes. Cross right over. Oh, yes, that's a big no-no hitting the blocks.
So, unfortunately, with the cone going out down there at the top end, looks like, and a little bit late here at Mission Raceway Park, looks like that is going to wrap things up for day/night number 1 of Door Wars here. Again, for the Friday. And fortunately there, Nick Duda getting into one of the cones down there, the mile-an-hour cones, and that will, by the sounds of it, and the evening. So thanks everybody for coming out here to Mission Raceway Park. Thanks to everybody in the Valley Tech live stream. Thanks to Chrissy for joining me, as well as Gerry earlier on in the day. We hope to see you throughout the weekend here at Mission Raceway Park for the rest of Door Wars 11, presented by the Titanium Auto Group. Have a good rest of your evening and a safe ride home.